Tamisha walks out tonight. Hey, good evening. Good evening and welcome. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the special City Council meeting of the Antioch City Council for tonight, Tuesday, April the 21st, 2026. Mr. Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 5:01 p.m.
All right, if you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, so tonight we are here to conduct a budget study session. There's going to be two items for it. The first one's going to be the fiscal year 2026-27 budget development discussion. And then the second is going to be a workshop for the draft 5-year capital improvement program for 2026 through 2031. So I will turn this over to our city manager, Bessie Scott, for her to kick us off for the first one. I'm sorry? No, go ahead after.
I've been out of practice for a few meetings. I'm back and giving the council a hard time. So this continues our budget discussions that we started in March with follow-up items presented in attachments A, B, C, D, and E, as well as position vacancies, lots of spreadsheets. So I'm going to pass it over to our finance director. She's going to go through it, and then we'll have a discussion.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, and I'm so happy that Bessie's back. I'm happy to hand my acting role back to the permanent role, so thank you for coming back.
Thanks for covering for me.
So this is a continuation of our last budget study session. We've had 2 sessions so far, and so there was some follow-up items from those prior sessions. As City Manager Scott mentioned, Attachment A is the position vacancies that was requested by Councilmember Rocha. That's the current vacancies as of April 15th for non-police positions. It lists what the budget is for those and the recruitment status. We were also requested for a list of the consultant service contracts. Attachment B provides the list of those contracts by department, and then also the contract term, the amount, the fiscal year 26 spent year to date. Because the contract amount isn't necessarily just the 1 year. If it's a multi-year contract, that's the total value. So we put in the current year spent for those contracts, the purpose of the contract as well. And then at the bottom of that attachment B, you can see it's totaled for the fiscal year 26 costs spent by general fund, grant funds, and other sources. Then it was also requested to provide the anticipated fleet replacements for next fiscal year. So attachment C contains that data. Then we were also requested to provide American Rescue Plan, the status of that. On page 2 of the staff report, you can see as of March 31st, and I did this as a quarterly basis because that is how we report to the Department of the Treasury, is on a quarterly basis for American Rescue Plan, also known as ARPA. The projects that are still outstanding are the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team, Small Business Support, and the Downtown Wi-Fi Project. The Downtown Wi-Fi Project is complete. The vendor payments are happening this month. As of March 31st, hadn't been spent. For the Community Response Team, the contract ends December 31st. There's $1.1 million remaining as of March 31st. And for small business support, there's $482,000. For ARPA guidelines, the money has to be spent by December 31st, 2026. There's no extending beyond that date. It was also requested to know how much interest earnings had been earned on the ARPA funds, because we are not required to spend that on ARPA-related purposes. It becomes an unrestricted use of the funds. And Resolution 2024-159 that was passed, interest earnings that were earned on the ARPA Special Revenue Fund were to be dedicated to the modification of the 800 West 2nd Street building. So $916,975 of interest earnings in fiscal year 25 were transferred to the Capital Improvement Fund, and another $75,900 is projected for fiscal year 26 for a total of $992,875 in interest earnings allocated to the building renovation. Now for the real heart of this discussion this evening is budget deficit reduction proposals. At the prior study session, it was requested to bring back potential items to address $5 million in deficit for fiscal year 27. So staff got together and came up with a whole host of ideas. Options reflect a combination of direct expenditure reductions, revenue enhancements or adjustments, and other fiscal strategies that, if implemented, would contribute toward reducing the city's projected budget shortfall. The purpose of presenting these items is not to recommend or advocate for any particular course of action, but rather to provide the City Council with a range of identified options for consideration as part of the city's ongoing budget development and fiscal planning process. The options included have been identified through internal staff review or prior council discussion and are being brought forward to ensure the council has the information necessary to evaluate potential approaches to achieving the desired level of fiscal adjustment. And you'll see on the table that we've included the amount and like a yes/no so that we can get council consensus. And then also, or if you want more information to be brought back. Once these proposals, not necessarily recommendations, are gone through, the next budget study session we have, we will incorporate these items into the budget to bring back for a final, a further robust discussion of the general fund, really diving down into the individual department budgets, reflecting proposals that are approved this evening. So staff recognizes that many of the options may involve service level impacts, operational changes, policy considerations, or community implications. And for that reason, we believe that policy direction regarding these matters should rest with the council this evening. So we're seeking direction on which identified options should be further developed, prioritized, or incorporated. So chart A on page 3 is a table of the proposals that staff has put forth. Again, not that we're advocating one way or another, because ideally we wouldn't like to have to make any adjustments or reductions to the budget. However, in light of the fiscal constraints that we are facing and over 10 million in deficit spending, something needs to be done because that can't continue on a long-term basis. And many of these proposals are one-time in nature. They might be a one-time revenue enhancement, and the combination of a revenue enhancement and a reduction is a net reduction in the overall deficit. So we do have notes in terms of the chart, and then other items for consideration with potential monetary savings. So, and then once we get through that, attachment E, once we filter through this information, is other budget worksheets. We do want to keep on track with budget adoption. The budget needs to be adopted by June 30th. So there's special revenue funds, Antioch Public Financing Authority, and the Housing Successor Funds to review in attachment E. And then attachment D is fiscal year 27 budget proposals that were already included in the draft. We've put that in table format, but then also a consensus whether to continue to include that in the numbers or not. And chart B on page 6 lists the current draft budget, the proposals that are in chart A on page 3, when you can show whether it is an addition or a reduction to the revenues or expenditure, and then what the budget looks like after those proposals. So we can start to go through chart A one by one, or if you want to take public comment first, or how the council would like to start moving through this budget process, I'll turn it back over to council for how you want to proceed.
Yeah, thank you. I think at this time we can take public comment, and then we can go through the charts one by one afterwards. So is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, can we please have Michelle followed by Karen?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, members of the community. Antioch Animal Services is not just another city program. It is where public health and safety, compassion, and community trust come together. Every day, Animal Services staff respond to situations most people never see or hear of. injured and abused animals, neglect cases, animal bites, frightened families, and pets that have no one else to advocate for them. This work is not optional. It is a core public health and safety function, and it reflects the values of our community. Our residents have made it clear they support having a municipal animal services program, but that support comes with an expectation that it is properly staffed, properly funded, and able to serve the level our community needs and deserves. Right now, staff are being asked to do more with less, and there's a real cost to that. Chronic understaffing does not just affect internal operations, it impacts response times, limits proactive work like education and compliance, and creates gaps in service and the community ultimately feels. It also reduces necessary revenue collection. When positions go unfilled, services and resources just don't slow down, they disappear. That means more loose animals, many that can be aggressive. Increased health and safety risks, more abuse, neglect cases, and fewer opportunities to prevent problems before they escalate. Animal services also plays a critical role in supporting overall public safety, neighborhood stability, and quality of life. When the system is strained, those impacts ripple outward in the community. This is not about adding extras, it's about maintaining a baseline of service that keeps both people and animals safe, even during times of fiscal distress. Investing in animal services is an investment in prevention, in public health and safety, and in the well-being of our community. We respectfully ask that while making budget adjustments to address the impending deficit the city faces, you recognize the essential role this department plays in our community and ensure that the resources and staffing necessary to do its job effectively. Animal services and control is not a want, it is a need for public health, safety, and quality of life. It is also important to note that investing in our local animal services ensures ownership at the community level. There's a real value in relationships, trust, equity, and dependability when the people responding know the neighborhoods, understand the needs, and are invested in a part of the community they serve. Thank you for your time.
Can we please have Karen, followed by Debbie?
First of all, I'd like to say I agree with everything that Michelle just said, so I won't repeat everything, but I'm Karen Copps, president of Homeless Animals Response Program, or HARP, and I started volunteering at Animal Services in 1996 when people called it the pound. And many of us in this community have been active animal advocates ever since. Antioch has experienced a population surge since 1996, but services have not kept up because resources for our shelter have been severely limited. The manager position has not been filled for years. Other employee slots also have remained unfilled for long periods. Could volunteer nonprofit animal rescue groups please collaborate with you to find workable solutions to this crisis? And it is a crisis. We see it every day, we in the community. Cutting resources for taxpayer-funded shelter will exacerbate the situation. Many volunteers feed community cats and dogs and provide very needed medical care. We cannot do it alone. And this is a crisis, and we ask for your help and collaboration. Thank you.
Debbie, followed by Dr. Jeffrey.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, council people, staff, and people in the room and watching. So I come with two hats tonight. When I saw the meeting for tonight, we canceled our Downtown Antioch Association meeting because this was more important really to talk on behalf of the downtown businesses as well as the city. Some of the things that were concerning that affected downtown was the 4th of July, which we do depend on some of the city-funded events to one of the businesses reached out and said, that's one of our biggest days, that can't be taken away. So I have two hats, as I said. As a downtown business for 13 years, that is one of our biggest events downtown and one of our biggest resources. So the other issue, though, is community. There was an item that said community events would not be held unless they were funded. We have tried as the Downtown Association to collaborate with the city, with other organizations. As we are in our infancy stage, we do not have the funds, so have attempted to get grants from the city, from the Parks and Rec, and from the city itself, with no success. So we are doing fundraising on our own. So what I would propose is to consider that the city events still occur, but we also collaborate with the fundraising from the downtown businesses in order to keep things downtown or across the city if need be. Thank you very much. I hope you consider to keep some of the things that affect our city.
Dr. Jeffrey, followed by Patty Esposito.
Good evening, Mayor Brunel, City Council. I got a phone call this morning from some of my colleagues in the animal advocacy spay-neuter community. They, like me, are concerned about potential more cuts to animal services, particularly the slot with the animal services manager, which has not been fulfilled in a long time. They're concerned because they're already seeing the effects of the strain on animal services. I can tell you from personal experience that the feral cat community that we take care of on my property has seen a spike in animals, and these are not feral cats. These are abandoned animals. They're friendly. They are not feral. So we can see something's going on here that is not going to be fixed if we look to animal services to take additional cuts. I think it's fair to say animal services already kind of paid their dues in terms of taking sacrifices. I know there are staffing shortages. They're working hard. I don't know that it's really appropriate or the best place to look to save money. Now, I sympathize. You're in a tough spot, no doubt about it. So many cities are. But I would encourage you to think twice, perhaps, for going for more out of animal services. And if you do choose to go that route, and I understand it's hard, you don't want to do that without first setting up something, perhaps more collaboration with the county, with other organizations. Set that in place first before you could possibly think of additional cuts there. That's not going to be easy either, but something has to be done anyway. And I wanted to bring that to your attention. My colleagues want to bring that up. Think twice before any additional stress on animal services. Thank you.
Patty Esposito, followed by Lisa Kim.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Doctor gave a perfect segue for what I'm going to talk about. We're similar, although I'm not a vet or a doctor. I've been an animal lover all my life, and I've been a resident for Antioch for 27 years. About 7 years ago, I got involved with cat rescue. And recently, 2 years ago, a friend of mine, Lisa Lacey, and I opened up a cat rescue called Scruffy to Fluffy Cat Rescue. If I had known the amount of work and time and finances, personal, that it would take to do this work, I probably would have said no before I started. But today I stand here and tell you that I still stand on that purpose. I don't know what purpose the Antioch shelter will take in the future, and I'm not here to bash them. I speak as a trapper. Our purpose and one of our goals in our rescue is to stop the overpopulation of cats in Antioch. There are so many. It's a crisis. Every block, every area that you go onto, there are pockets of cats, not just one, multiple. And when I go to help people in their house, and I start getting to know them and their neighbors and their block, they point out, oh, that house has cat, that house has cat, that house. We're in a crisis. Our rescues are all closed for intake, and we're only at the beginning of kitten season. So I tell you, every year that we don't deal with this, it becomes more of an issue. It's not the cat's fault. A lot of them are dumped, like he said. There are friendlies, people that move away and leave their cats, or people that don't like the cats in their backyard or their neighborhood. So they trap them and dump them at a colony somewhere else. The solution to this is an effective and a consistent spay and neuter program. And I don't believe our Antioch shelter is equipped to do this. So I'm asking, Mayor, I voted for you, and I still believe in you. I'm asking you please to reach out to county, reach out to the director, and see what it will take for us to get back in a right relationship with them. They have the vets. They have the programs already set up. We need to partner with them to deal with this issue, because if we don't deal with it now, it's only going to get worse. If you talk to every citizen in Antioch, has everyone here have cats on their block? Everyone have cats? I'm sure you do, or if somebody on your block does. The overpopulation needs to stop. It needs to stop at the front end. That's the only way we're going to be able to get this under control. And so that way it won't be such a burden on the community or on our shelter or our rescues. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that going forward we find solutions. Thank you.
Lisa Kim?
Lisa Kirk, Fix Our Shelters. So in that title, I am with a group that does criticize, you can call it, or looks at what's happening to municipal shelters in California. We were besieged with experimental policies by UC Davis that said just leave the cats outside, the shelters don't take them in, and then they cut all the spay and neuter programs. For 5 years that's happened. That's why we're in this situation, okay? So, you know, there's a foundation on why there's so many animals, is because number one, we don't have enough spay and neuter services. Now we do. Contra Costa County does have a spay and neuter for community cats. I'm no longer allowed to bring Antioch cats there. They're holding you hostage. I get it. I've played this game before. But I would encourage you to go to county. Number one, the contracted cities pay 11.9, I think 91 cents per capita. You have a population of about 120,000. Times that times 13, you'd be at probably 1.5 million, if that, and I'm sure the county would probably give you a break because they'd use your facility. They have programs. Your service doesn't. George Harding did help us, but he was a manager. He had access to write grants. That has no longer happened. I can't bring a cat into your shelter. I can't get it spayed and neutered through any of your programs, and the dogs. So this is why you have the overpopulation. It's not just Antioch. It's policies that were adopted, presented to municipal shelters to save them money, and they went for it. What I would encourage you to do is to put together a citizen group, maybe through your police oversight committee, to look at this situation, because you're not going to get out of it. Your police department brought you to your knees. We've all watched it. And the animals in this community have suffered. I don't know how many unfilled positions are in that budget. I think it's at 2.75 or 2.3. Okay, really, you could provide spay and neuters. But if all those unfilled positions are that money's going into your Antioch Police Department, they're never gonna get it. So I would encourage you, get the rescues and citizens together to work out a program with county. Thank you.
Mr. Becker?
So I just want to first say that when we first started as a community talking about these budget sessions, I was incredibly hopeful for the process because I felt that it was going to be a true community engagement process. And as I listened to all these comments, I wonder, how do I squeeze all of my thoughts into 3 minutes? Once again, and we all know I can be long-winded, but for the individuals that show up and that want to be a part of a process, we continue to adhere to these government processes that allow us to come and speak to you for 3 minutes, and then you move through your standard process. And then you continue to say, but we want this to be a community engaged process. We were told we were going to be out in the community. There were going to be different venues. There was going to be conversations had. And here I am at a special city council meeting in the same traditional format. So that's the first minute of my 3 minutes. And into the next couple of minutes, you know, when I read the proposals and I hear things like this water park has drawn a deficit always and has put us in a financial position of 40 million plus in the hole, we today can't even sit here and say how much that water park has cost us. I asked for where redevelopment agency dollars went, where all this debt service that we are paying today that is a part of this budget deficit that we have, where did those dollars come from? We were told we were going to hear about that. None of that came back. And instead we hear, well, we don't know how much in total the water park has cost us. But we do know that you have to keep it open because it'll cost you more money to close it down. That leaves me as a community member with zero hope. And to be honest with you, it makes me feel like I'm backed up against a wall. I'm literally told that I don't have a positive solution for you, but I need you to keep paying. That does not make me feel comforted in how you were stewarding these dollars, these public dollars. And I will also say that you look at the capital improvement projects and you literally have this proposed park down here on 2nd Street that is literally in a zone that doesn't allow a park, so would need a general plan amendment to create that park, shows as an unfunded project. But where is Cosmont Realty in any of this conversation about how we capitalize on our surplus lands, bring in short-term dollars, and create economic growth through them like they've done in all the other cities? Instead, it shows up as an unfunded project, and that's my 3 minutes.
We have no further public comments.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to turn this back over to our finance director to walk us through the different budget, other fund budgets, and then we can provide questions for you along the way, and then we can circle back to the front part of the
Okay, so
the
you want to go
document.
through attachment E first?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Did you want to make a comment? I wanted to continue on with the rest of the items here as far as the funding to get more background on this, and then circle back to the front of the budget and the front of the staff report and discuss those items.
So you're talking about the other fund budget worksheets on attachment E? That's what you, is that what you're referring to?
Where are you?
I'm on attachment E. I believe you already went through the other parts of the staff report, correct?
I did. I didn't know if you wanted to go through the proposals, but you want to go through the other funds first and then go back to the general fund?
Yeah, I would like, unless the council wants to circle back and do the general fund first, but I'd like to hear in totality, so. Because I think it all interacts with each other, so.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, I guess I was prepared to start with the opening staff report and go through A, B, C, D, E. You know, I mean, that would be my recommendation.
Is that would the rest of the council like to do that? Okay, well then we'll go ahead and do that.
So,
Yes, yes.
So, Ms. Merchant, just out of curiosity, on page 2 of the opening staff report, you indicated that we have to be finished with ARPA monies by December 31st, 2026, correct?
That is correct.
But if, it looked like there might be like 400,000, I can't remember the figure off the top of my head, but if we are in a contract to expend money, but not have actually spent it, are we
It
safe?
still has to be spent by December 31st. So the initial ARPA guidelines was that it had to be obligated or in contract by December 31st, 2024. So that's when it had to be obligated and in contract. And then you have until December 31st, 2026 to actually spend it. Now, if an invoice comes in January, for example, but it's for December work, that is acceptable because it's for the December work, and it's just that we're paying it
But
after.
so for all intents and purposes, we actually have to spend all the money.
Yes, the services
period.
need to be complete by December 31st.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that? So related to that specific item where it's $1.139 million left to spend, do we still have a couple invoices that haven't been paid yet for prior months?
That I do not know. I would.
And
have to-
the reason I'm asking is because my understanding is the total contract's about $980,000 a year, and this is about, this is gonna be, or about 80,000 a month.
I mean, I can tell you definitely, like, March isn't in there because March we wouldn't get until, probably later part of April. But in terms of what month that one is particularly through, I do not know right at this moment.
Okay, so, but if there is money left at the end of the fiscal year, or the end of the calendar year,
If we
what
do
happens?
end up having money left over, we will have to return it to the Department of the Treasury.
Okay.
So again, on page 2, under the budget deficit reduction proposals. So in this, you have these option reflects a combination of direct expenditures reduction and so on and so forth. And so we're using $5 million from the, I can't think of the name of the fund.
From the Budget Stabilization Fund, yes.
Budget Stabilization Fund. But the question I have is, on June 30th of 2026, what would be our reserve or carryover? Is it 0?
What do you mean, what would be the reserve or carryover?
Not the Budget Stabilization Fund, but an actual carryover amount. Money unexpended carryover from one fiscal year to the next fiscal year.
So, on page 6 of the staff report, there's a general fund budget summary, and you can see of the current draft budget in that first column, the fund balance in the general fund is projected to be 35.6 million. That will carry over in our reserves into the next, that's what's projected to be at the end of 2026-27. We're projecting that 25-26, you can see the beginning balance, even though I don't have those numbers here because we're trying to focus on 26-27, is projected to end at 43.866 million.
So in fiscal year 26-27, specifically the 35,142,000, is that unencumbered money?
That is correct.
And then do you know what the budget stabilization balance would be?
Let me look. I know I reported that at a prior city council meeting, so let me just find that here. Okay, at June 30th, 2026, the Budget Stabilization Fund is projected to have $36,249,323.
Okay, so with regards to the proposals in 26-27, you're recommending $5 million out of the Budget Stabilization Fund be transferred.
Yes, and that was something when we did the budget sessions last year, although we didn't adopt, 26, 27, conceptually, that's what council agreed for the 2 years to do the 5 million, and that is incorporated into the draft budget proposals that we brought on March 10th when we first presented the budget, that the 5 million would be utilized again as it is in fiscal year 25-26.
Okay, so on the second line, under the Budget Stabilization Transfer, the next line,
Yes,
surplus / in parentheses deficit.
correct.
And in FY 26-27, you're showing a $2.884 million deficit.
In actuality, the deficit is $7,884,000 because it's being reduced by the $5 million transfer in from the Budget Stabilization Fund.
So the real deficit is over 12 million.
Well,
If we did
yes, in the
not
current
move-
year without these proposals, it's $13,244,800.
Right. I mean, that is the budget deficit that we're dealing
Correct.
with. And so one way of handling it is to take $5 million out of the Budget Stabilization Fund.
Right, and that's what brings down the remaining deficit to the $8,244,808.
But then again, this is what, so under that next line, in parentheses, deficit, the 2.884 million,
Yes, that's what remains after using 5 million budget stabilization. And then if council utilizes the budget reduction proposals that are
when
outlined.
you
in
say
the
that's
agenda.
what remains, I'm not getting it.
So the first column, there's 13,244,808 in deficit. We're
Yes.
reducing that by 5 million so that 8.2 million remains in the deficit.
Right.
Then the budget reduction proposals on chart A total $5.36 million. So you reduce that 8.24 by 5.3 and you get
Yeah.
remaining 2.884.
Okay, so okay. I mean, I guess for our edification, for FY 26-27, our deficit is $13.244 million, and that does not include any possible decisions with regards to our employee contracts, correct?
That is correct.
So going back on page 2, I do want to address something that I guess kind of concerns me. And it's on page 2, and it's, staff believes that policy direction regarding these matters should appropriately rest with the city of council. And theoretically, I don't disagree. I think the ultimate decisions obviously rest with the city council. But the struggle that I have is that the city council is not an expert with regards to day-to-day activities or functions within the city. And so, to me, it is, somebody used the word, several speakers today used the word collaborative. It really is a collaborative effort to look at a budget. Council does have the responsibility for deciding policy, and city manager and staff implement the policy. And so I think there's sometimes an expectation, we'll give you the facts, we'll give you numbers, but we don't truly understand the impacts that it has on staff or programs or community. And that's where I think part of the dialogue is missing, because we can look at some of these items and recommendations and philosophically make a determination, but in reality, we don't really understand the impact. And so it's critical that through the city manager or department heads, that when the council is discussing something, we need to hear from you what the impacts are so that we can weigh them and make, more qualified decisions. So I understand the statement. I just think it lacks, the ability for us to have a conversation and to have the city manager and staff really educate us. If we did X, how does it impact us? And I think that's critical.
I just wanted to comment on, as you were stating, when you look at attachment D, that would be, what would that be? In terms of pages go, it's a separate document. It's after the contracts and after the vehicle purchase spreadsheet. So it's attachment D, fiscal year 27 proposed budget adjustments included in a draft. To me, this is the type of useful information that I think you're referencing, because it explains, like in the first thing, it says unfreeze administrative analyst. It gives a rationale and impact for the 21,000 that we would incur.
Right.
And then the next line, it says freeze senior civil engineer. Gives a narrative of what the impact is and why it's being referenced at a reduction of 47,000. I think that's what I hear you saying.
Yeah,
And so when I look at the list of unfilled positions, which I know we'll get to in a little bit here, there are some positions that have been posted. There's some that have been interviewed for. There's some where offers have been extended, and then there are others that haven't even been approved to go forward. So for me, I can look at the dollar amount and I can assume like, well, this will save us this will save us that, but I really don't know the impact. And I think that's the information that we really need. Otherwise, we're just looking at dollars and cents. and not really knowing the impact of operations. And I know that we probably want all positions filled. I mean, ultimately, that's what everybody would like to see. But I think where I'm coming from is last year we made it very clear when we looked at the deficit that we were faced with, that we didn't want to have layoffs of our employees. We didn't want to have reduced work days, work weeks. And so we committed to reducing the budget and keeping our staff employed to the best of our ability. This year moving forward, year 2, we're looking to continue to work that deficit down, which I think was at one time 54 million in year 1. And so I think we've done a lot of heavy lifting from year 1 to year 2. And I think one of the things moving forward is we have employees that we need to take care of, clearly. That is through the negotiation process. And we can't get there without some collaboration on where we can move forward, with which positions and which positions we can live without, in order to get where we want to go. Because we have a number of items here that we're going to look at to kind of par down that deficit that we're just been talking about. And I think Director Merchant has done a wonderful job of providing opportunities. She's put everything on the table. I mean, there's nothing on here that is not being considered, right? And that's the way it should be. That's the way it was in year 1 as well. We looked at everything. But I do think the collaboration piece that we really need is for our directors in each of the departments to somehow communicate in a very similar fashion as this document attachment D does. What's the impact? So that if we do make these types of cuts, we need to know how that's going to impact the organization and the operations. So anyway, I just wanted to chime in, and that's kind of where I saw the connection between what you were saying, and when I see attachment D, how it lays it out to us, and it's very helpful.
And I think just one more comment on, is it attachment A, did you say? Or, yeah, attachment A, where it's talking about the different positions and it breaks it into general fund and non-general fund, which is really helpful because really what we're talking about here tonight is the general fund positions, not necessarily the non-general fund. But if I look at attachment A where it says total general fund vacancies, then I go down to the next section where it has animal services, has animal services manager, animal services tech, and then a couple of animal control officers. And then below that is recreation services, recreation program coordinator, and recreation supervisor. Are those not also general fund funded, those 5 positions or 6 positions?
Those funds do get subsidies from the general fund. So depending on how you want to look at it, you either say part of the staffing gets subsidized by the general fund or it's part of the programs, part of the overall budget. So yes.
So if the general fund pays for it, and subsidizes it or pays for it directly, however, I would move that up into the upper level just so that it's clear that we're not looking at something that's funded by something other than the general fund. So would it be fair to say that those 6 positions that I just mentioned are almost all funded by the general fund, 90+% funded by the general fund?
Yes, due to the amount of the subsidy to both recreation and animal services, these being frozen, for example, like we have on Chart A, does have a direct impact to the subsidy provided.
Okay, so that's good to know.
For clarification, what you're talking down to where recreation services are? Or where
Yeah, so where it has animal services,
Yeah.
and then it has recreation services, those 5 different jobs or positions.
So
are
above Public Works.
Above Public Works, correct.
Okay.
Not including finance, are general fund funded.
Okay.
So
Because
I
when I looked at what you're talking about, I didn't look at the bottom half because I didn't think that was general fund. So I looked at the top half. And with exception to the deputy city attorney, assistant city manager, and grant writer, the first 2 entries at the top, I didn't count that into looking at the vacant positions that haven't been posted or haven't been recruited or even agreed to be. And from those numbers, it comes to about 1 million of positions that haven't been filled. And that's excluding the top 2, city manager's office and the city attorney's office. Of course, if you were to add that in, then that brings it up another close to 700,000. But for me, just looking at the the vacant positions that haven't been posted or recruited for, we're looking at about $1 million, right there at the top half of the sheet without even going any further. So those are things that we need to have discussions about these positions that haven't been posted. I mean, the first one that I see, just to bring it up, for example, public records coordinator. That's one of the two that, and what it reads next to is pending direction from CM. So those types are the ones that I highlighted, but I would not know what the city manager's thoughts are, what the director's thoughts are on that particular position and how it would impact operations or procedures. So anyway, that's what I was just trying to reference.
So, Mr. Mayor, I do have a procedural question. We're still on the staff report, specifically Chart A, deficit reduction proposals. So do you want us to review this? Because then, as the mayor indicated, then we get to attachment B. So do you want to go through both of those, or?
It is up to council discretion how you want to go through it.
Well, I guess, so it appears that you're looking, for example, on this chart A, you're looking for us to give yes and no so you can check the boxes, correct?
Yes.
And my thought is that.
Or if it's, you want to hold off and you want further information, there's the.
Right, or further information, so kind of what we're doing, working, because I think we come, well, I don't know, I think we can come back to that.
You want to come back and not just?
Well, I mean, because I think that these decisions need to be made in the context of a larger discussion before we just start checking stuff off and saying, then that's my.
But I would want to come back because, as an example, we have freeze the animal services manager position. I'm completely opposed to that. I think it's long overdue that we have a permanently placed manager. And I mean, I come from HR, from Contra Costa County. You know, we only let, acting positions last between 6 months to a year. I believe this position has been vacant for a very long time. I don't think it's good for the organization. I don't think it's good for the employee. But that would be one example. But, Mr. Mayor, I'm more than happy to hold off and come back to it. That's fine, but I would like to come back to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, one thing I'd like to bring up, as I'm looking at it, the animal services, I agree with you completely. But I do think in Director Merchant's presentation here, there is a discussion that needs to happen with the county. I mean, we really need to look and see what the county can do to partner with us on animal services, because
I believe over the past year and a half, the city manager has been in conversation with the county surrounding animal services. So if we want to know, we can ask the city manager.
Yeah, right. I saw that was written in there, and I think that, I mean, we as residents of City of Antioch looked at the language which was passed by the voters years ago that we continue to support. And then there's the county. Our tax dollars go to the county as well. So I'm not sure how we can have that dialogue about maybe getting some better support from the county for what we're doing here locally.
And I appreciate the conversation started off by the Mayor Pro Tem regarding more information, background information. One of the things that's difficult with regards to positions is that there are personnel issues that can't be discussed out loud. Okay. There are negotiations that are being discussed with county partners, including with animal services, that we're not at liberty to discuss until a certain point. And so it's unfortunate that, we have sort of a cone of silence for some of the things that we know are being resolved in the background before we bring it to council, usually in closed session first, to get the council's directive. For instance, Chief Addington's team is in talks with the county, for the last 7, 8, 9 months. We're not at liberty to talk about the details yet, but you would hear it first and not in the public forum. Based on legalities and the fact that we have an ordinance. The city attorney under the past interim director vetted the fact that the county is able to take over our animal services legally under even our ordinance. There are lots of things that we just can't talk about in this forum. So it's hard to crosswalk the information that you need and want with the inability to talk about personnel matters and contract negotiations. So we're not being remiss in bringing things. There's things that we just cannot publish. And so I will work with our HR director as well as the city attorney to talk about what we can bring.
I appreciate the comments. I would just say that when we get to that item and, unbeknownst to us, we may be, stepping on a question, just tell us.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
as not only us, but to the community as well, so that everybody says, oh, well, you know, something's happening, don't know what it is, and don't feel bad, we're in the same boat with you. But we will learn something later.
The other question I had, when you go down to the third one, is a home key. The article that just came out regarding the hotel
Yes.
apparently defaulting on loans up to 17 million, I think is the number.
Yes.
I wanted to know how does that impact the home key application?
Sure, and that also, in terms of issues that materially affect finances of organizations which the city enters into, we have exposure, meaning that we have to talk to HCD as well as all of the attorneys. There are a lot of implications that we can't just say, here's the impact of having this. Also, some of the social programs have outsized impacts that can't be just put in a staff report. And so that is a big issue that we will, you know, as the Mayor Pro Tem suggested, talk about item by item in terms of what we can and cannot say. And then I think that's why I asked, you know, the director, please put in a column for follow-ups, as we assume that this will need more follow-up. The issue is that we are not going to do the extreme legwork without you telling us what you want follow-up for. So this is just your first glance. We'll have more special meetings, and I was going to call you Mayor Pro Tem, but Councilmember Rocha. I can't. You just, you know,
Maybe
once
we need to
once
go
it
back and
happens, you
revisit
know, it's like
that
once a chief, always a chief. You
and
know,
make a
it's-
2-year appointment.
It's one of those things. And so the information that you pointed out in the attachment D was from a previous conversation when you told us to come back with that information. So we will do the same with this. And we're happy to give you information if you request more to the point that we can share.
So, Ms. Merchant, correct me if I'm wrong. The mayor wants to go to the various attachments, so we'll come back to 3, 4, and 5 because those are actual proposals that you need direction. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so back up on page 2, I had another question related to ARPA funding.
Yes.
So, do you have a question? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
trying to figure out where we are, but no.
Okay, I mean, we were at 2, and we're kind of bouncing around, so I think, yeah. So on the ARPA question related to the interest being transferred over to the CIP fund.
Yes.
That then will pay for the Second Street building
Yes.
improvements. So what happens if the improvements cost less than the money that's being transferred over?
If the money costs less than, we will definitely report out to council that X amount of money has been left over. And then at that point, council can decide, you know, pay for some municipal services in the general fund, apply it to another project. So we will, you know, definitely report out if it comes in less.
And along with the director, the reason why we instituted more quarterly, monthly budget reporting is that you have real-time options to divert or go a different direction with overages. I don't think that building's going to cost a dime less. It's probably going to cost more because of inflation, but if it does, we'll bring it back. And then the Angela Quinto crisis response invoices lag. So to your point, Mayor, this is not a true balance. It will be reconciled out, and Director Cabral forecasted ARPA funds all the way through the end of December based on the average amount of the invoices. So we're pretty sure that will be spent as well.
Okay. The reason I was asking is if there was the chance it could have to go back to the state if it's not expended.
No, the interest earnings is not restricted, is not required to go back
Okay,
to the Department of Treasury. That's why you have discretion on whatever you want to
Okay.
spend it on.
That's all I want to know on that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson, did you?
I just have a general question in regards to the freezes. I don't know if everybody's.
No, that's,
okay.
yeah.
And I'm in agreement that I need to understand more of the impact, but something that keeps coming back that I hear, you know, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas talking about, I mean, we're really kind of thinking about long-term, and then we have these freezes. I feel like that's kind of a one-time thing, not the what is the long-term impacts by doing these freezes? Actually, really the question I'm trying to drill down with, because I see, unfreeze, freeze, which I understand why you're asking for it, but I want to know how is it going to help us?
Yeah, I think it's just a Band-Aid. So any sort of, you're already at operational strain.
So these freezes are just,
Yeah.
and I think that's what I was getting at,
Right.
it's just Band-Aid solutions.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're at
There's
half
more-
of baseline staffing for a city this size. So any freeze is just furthering the impact of the operational strain and limited bandwidth of the staff. So it depends, you know, I was gonna call you Mayor Pro Tem again, but Councilmember Rocha, in terms of, you know.
You're still Mayor Pro Tem.
You're Mayor, come on, you're Mayor Pro Tem. And so, we can bring it back. I think one of the, maybe I've been glib in thinking that it's obvious what the impacts are, because we're already at baseline. So the impacts are, you're having a really challenging environment to deliver municipal services. That's just a global. So if you want us to be more specific, I'm happy to tell you within each department, but generally speaking, you're already at operational strain, so.
Yes, and if I can just further add on, is last year when these freezes were brought forward, you know, we did discuss the impacts, and it was more of the fact of these are already vacant, not that we wouldn't love to have them filled, but rather than take away from an existing service, further reduction. There is a service reduction by not having the, you know, another employee to provide the service, but this is already vacant. We can capture this as a temporary basis, as the city manager said, a Band-Aid, just in the interim, so that we can save money, you know, and of course we put the impact about the bandwidth, but all come together and, you know, fill in for that without having to say, reduce landscaping, for example, or even, you know, we don't want to do layoffs, so let's freeze what's not filled.
And I get that sometimes we need these short-term solutions to get us through, but I think now we need to be at the point of, okay, at one point do we stop doing the Band-Aid solutions and then transition into the long-term solutions? I think that's what you've been getting at. The Mayor Pro Tem, see, I got it right, Mayor Pro Tem has been, and I think that's what keeps bubbling up for me, because I see freeze, unfreeze, and I feel like I think this is just a temporary, but when do we get from doing the temporary to the long-term thing?
Yeah, and unfortunately with our financial situation, until there's strategic annual reductions to the over 10+ million deficit, I think we're going to have a lot of these one-time, short-term, temporary Band-Aids to cover until something significant happens with our revenues or some other sort of funding coming in.
Yeah, I think, you know, I just want to reiterate what the finance director is saying. In terms of the structural deficit, it is just that. So long-range planning and policy priorities need to be set by the council, and revenue generation needs to be our top priority in terms of economic and community development. So there are the other, you know, conversation that I've had several times with the mayor is what outsized impact do we get for one-time investments that have a long-term impact. So for instance, we have had this conversation many times about the purchasing department. There are lots of people in Director Bunting's department that's doing purchasing. So maybe they would be freed up to do more of the job that would generate funding in other ways if we had a dedicated, you know, purchasing officer. So there's a lot of things that could happen. You know, maybe it's spending $2 million to get the water park actually fixed for once, and then, you know, having it fully functional, so then people can actually use it. So what policy decisions and investments do you want to make from budget stabilization or reserves to then do long-range planning for income and revenue generation?
Were you complete?
Yeah, it's complete. I apologize.
I'm just making sure. No. I had to drive back from West County. That freeway is brutal. I guess what I know, City Manager Scott, you provided last year a 10-year look back at overtime across all departments.
Yes.
Do you have a current, like, year-to-date overtime estimate based on positions that have been frozen or unfilled?
Are you saying in terms of positions for each by department?
Yeah.
Yes, they have stayed static for so long. So yes, we can give you that.
I think the reason why it's important to look at the overtime is because what's happening is, I'm not saying every position is going to be filled. You can freeze them, you could eliminate them. I think whatever the majority of the council want to do. And I'm also I saw the 10-year look back at overtime, and so you're actually spending a lot in overtime when you don't have the positions, and I'm really concerned about freezing 2 code enforcement officer positions, given all the illegal dumping, trash, the issues that we've been discussing with commercial vacant properties, encampments. Just, it's so much that code enforcement like had their hands in. I know that we had to we brought in 2 people specifically just for the downtown under the last council. And so if we freeze code enforcement positions, I guess my question is what is the impact? Do we even, how many, is there an impact at all? It may or may not be. Are we freezing them because they're not currently filling and there's no expectation that they will be filled in the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, that's a good question. Code enforcement is actually unique in that there were 6 or 7 officers and they got moved to 14. When I first came on, those positions had never been filled. So you have more code enforcement officers than you've ever had. This is Chief Addington's area, so I'll have him come down. But in terms of your question, the 2 officers weren't actually ever filled. So I believe that our deputy director, who has taken over the management of the Republic franchise, has also, started a blight task force. And there's other, I think to the conversation of bringing back more information in terms of the impact, I can see what you're saying, because there are sort of adjacent efforts being held by several areas. But you didn't have those code enforcement officers' presence anyway, ever.
Right, because I know the former council voted to expand code enforcement, and I guess what I'm saying is we see the impact of not having those 2 positions filled to get to scale in code enforcement, because there's still a lot of illegal dumping, blighted property, people, violations that have to be, we've been talking about vacant commercial properties, blighted properties that we don't have the capacity to do credible enforcement on, which is also hindering, exacerbating the economic development challenges in the city. So, I don't know which direction people are gonna choose to go, but I just wanted to say that over time, I would like to know how much is being spent on overtime, especially in departments that are already understaffed and at baseline with their budgets, as well as what is the impact of not having fully staffed code enforcement in a city with commercial blight, illegal dumping.
And code enforcement, so this is, those outside impacts. Code enforcement can only get you so far. So for instance, your deputy city attorney isn't hired. There's your enforcement mechanism. Code enforcement officers can't go to court. So there's more to it than just having the body filled. And there's a area that APD has in this. There's an area that community development has, buildings inspection. It is not just, you're not gonna see your way out of it with 2 more code enforcement officers. And so I understand what you're saying. I think what I wanna emphasize is what has happened in the improvement of the additional 5 that you've had in the last 18 months. And so let's talk about that in terms of what does an analysis look like. And then if you really want it, do you want to get a deputy city attorney instead of hire those 2 so that you can actually do enforcement on owners, or do a vacancy tax rate, or there's other, so what is the formula to get us further? It might not be the code enforcement officers.
Well, because I know somebody reached out and was like, why don't we think outside the box and come up with solutions instead of just slash and burn? And I'm like, well, it would be nice to have a conversation about we know what we're gonna save if we just cut everything, but what would we save if we had actual credible solutions that could be implemented over time, that's longstanding, not Band-Aids, and will save in the future and support economic development in the city.
And then, City Manager Scott, your explanation then is exactly, I think, what we're talking about, where you covered the city attorney's office, the police department, community development, building. That's kind of what we need to understand, because maybe a deputy city attorney is better than 2 officers and a manager. And that would be the type of thing we would want to have your recommendation on, that how we would structure the best model to get to those types of results.
So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, that was really the gist of my earlier discussion. It's like, we can see numbers and figures, and we're just trying to cut them down, but we don't understand the impact. And that's the role, basically, you and the department heads have to play, is to say, okay, would it be better to hire a deputy city attorney to do enforcement? We wouldn't know that. All we see is our task is to cut. Now, let me also say one thing as I went through this. I mean, we never give ourselves a pat on the back, but in the past 18 months, when you start with the $54 million deficit, which represented about 50% of 1 year of our operations, and we're now down at a little over 13 million, that is an extraordinary achievement. But we have a lot more to go. And so that's something that, you know, keeps on nagging me. It's, you know, I don't think our role is just to cut. I think that we also need to promote. You know, I have embraced a purchasing department with 2 individuals. I have embraced a grant writer because I know they can produce revenue to the city. But I after going through all this and hours of doing that, you know, the walk away for me is this. Cities receive 2 primary sources, or well, 3 primary sources of revenue. Property taxes, which we really have very little to do with regards or influence property taxes per se. Yes, beautifying the city, getting rid of trash, getting, you know, things cleaned up, that does impact property values, but all intents and purpose, we don't have a lot to advance at 10, 20, 34%, so we get. But the one place that we do have is economic development. And you earlier made a comment, and it was kind of a throwaway comment, but I think it's probably the most critical thing for us to probably talk about and embrace, and that is economic development. Let's face it, we have not had economic development in this community for at least 5, 6 years, not really. And we do have vacant property that can be used. And we do have legal means to clean up property, and on and on and on. From my perspective, the only way we're going to get out of this long term is truly focus on economic development. That means an economic development director or staff who is just focused on, you know, changing what we have. We pretty well, you know, we've kind of become numb. We just accept that all our commercial centers are closed. Oh, gee, that's too bad. Oh, where do you want to go to dinner? Well, let's go outside of Antioch. You know, Sean McCauley's trying to make the downtown, you know, more of a social, you know, restaurants and entertainment center district, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, but really, we have been so lacking in a cohesive, aggressive, experience economic development in this city for years. And that is the one place that if we were successful, we, on a long-term basis, would be eliminating most of these problems.
Yes, and nothing I do is throw away, by the way.
Pardon?
Nothing I do is throw away. But yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I double down on what you said. I also think that a lot of people don't see what happens in between these meetings. And one thing is true, I think we have been together on every effort to bring in economic development staff to this city for the last 7 or 8 months, have we not?
Yes.
So, you know, I think that we have to talk about what the, you know, impact is of having a structural deficit on even attracting viable candidates. And so, you know, if our last 2 turned down the positions, that took a considerable lift from our HR department. So it isn't for lack of trying. Yeah, and I'm not saying that you are. I want the public to know that we have, you know, you have your own office practically here. You're an employee. And so it isn't like we haven't been trying to, you know, hire, and we will, right? It's not insurmountable. It's just going to take some time.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, are we going to start attacking attachment A? Chart A. It's attachment. It says attachment A. Right?
Yeah, it does say
I didn't have my glasses.
Chart A. Yeah, if we
No,
think we're ready.
attachment A. She wanted to go back to that. You told me to go back to that. That's a part of the report, attachment.
No, I know, got it. attachment A. Okay, got it. Yeah, we can go to attachment A. I guess before we do, I want to just say something as I've been trying to figure out, how we kind of, so the city manager and I have talked about what are the core businesses or the core functions the city has to do, right? Finance, law, our basic functions, our administration, legal. And so we have our baseline of things that we have to do. That's not optional. And then council has identified through different study sessions what are our priorities within that. And so we've identified things like a staff police department, code enforcement, youth services, economic development, things like that. So I think if we can structure this so we can start with a foundation of this is what the budget has to have in it. These are non-negotiables. We can't take this out of the budget. And then we layer onto it our priorities of whatever those are as a council. Then we can get to a point where we get up to and then exceed our revenues that are available, and we'll be able to see kind of where we are, because if we start kind of picking and choosing along the way, I think it'll be, in my opinion, it'll be harder for us to come up with a cohesive plan at the end of it that people can understand and follow. So that would just be a recommendation of a way to structure it so that we can get to the end of this process with some understanding of what's foundational, what's our priorities as this city council, and then what are things we can continue to do up to the point where we can't afford it anymore. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I mean, I also want to point out housing and homelessness was one of the priorities.
Yes.
And the fact that we're spending millions a year just moving people from corner to corner if we don't have a real solution. So I'm wondering, I think it would be helpful just to see, if we did nothing else, right? I guess I'm assuming what you're saying is if we did nothing else for our residents except pay staff to have the basic municipal services, what would that look like?
Right. What does that cost?
And
to do
then
that?
what does that cost? And then to address the other needs of the community, whether it's youth and young adults, homelessness, mental health, animal services, anything that's extra.
Correct.
Then what does that look like? Layered over basically the council priorities and say, well, this is where we need to get to. And then we can pretty much make a decision. It's and my concern is and of course it's up to this council, is if the choice was okay, well, we just gonna go baseline, just the simple municipal services, that could also still end up costing because we aren't addressing homelessness, illegal dumping, and all of these other things. And when young people don't have anywhere to go or any investment in them, then that also might increase your issues and challenges related to public safety. So I think we go back to also how can we have a credible conversation between us all, but also the community, about what Mayor Pro Tem raised up was the impact of the decisions we make up here impact us individually as residents, but also the public. So I definitely, I agree with that. I was a little concerned about tonight because I'm well, geez, we don't even really know what it's gonna mean for the community.
Correct, and I think that's part of part of the challenge, and then along with just the baseline service, at what level do we want to deliver that? At a C level, a B level, an A level? Because so then you figure we're going to do a B level baseline service, and it's $85 million. Okay, so that's a given. We stop there. These departments, this is what we're going to be done, and then we layer on from that, along with addressing, for example, if we fund homelessness, does that mean we put more rocks around Antioch and you know what I mean? I mean, seriously, maybe.
I hope not.
No,
That's a short.
But I'm just saying we're spending a lot of money doing that. So what are our options as opposed to doing that? So I think that'll allow us to have a discussion on these individual areas that are important to all of us, and then how do we come up with
And I
that.
also, just
Yeah.
to add to that, I think, if you do with the basic necessities of what we need to run as a city, and then we look at services like unhoused or youth and recreation, looking at those services that are outside of the basic operations for the city, then we have to look at effectiveness, you know, of the programs that have been funded. Have they been effective? What's, you know, have they met the mark of what they were intended to do or not? Because I think sometimes we move programs along even though they may not have met the mark. And I think that's a piece that we're really gonna have to look at.
And I mean, just what was it last week? We had a presentation on homelessness. I mean, obviously we doing something right. The numbers are being reduced and it's based on what we've been doing, right? But then we also know, because I've been saying this forever, and Mayor, you know, even when you were city manager, like, a lot of this stuff we can't sustain through the general fund, so we need to bring in outside dollars to support, which is why I advocated for a grant writer, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for continuing to push that, because we know it's not sustainable. We need to bring in outside dollars, and we have been doing that, which also gets me to the point of some of the comments from earlier is, can we do more collaboration with the community to figure some of these things out in a deeper way than just 3 minutes in a city council meeting? Because I'm looking at, you know, and I'm just gonna point it out because I know people, you know, aren't here, but people have called me about Juneteenth. Well, in order to pull off Juneteenth through the city, it's a little over $54,000. Could we raise that, right? I mean, it can be raised. I've just myself alone have raised over $60,000 to bring into this city to do stuff for the community. So if we actually collaborated with the community, it might be a potential that we could raise some of these dollars, but we don't know what it would look like because we haven't had the type of collaborative conversations that I think the community been looking for. So I think we should talk to more people about how we help us help you, help you help us all, you know, all at once.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm enjoying the dialogue and discussion. But let me say, you know, when you begin to layer and say, okay, these are basic, you know, one of the most basic is legally required, legally mandated. Let's face it, we have to be in compliance. But there are also quality of life issues. I can't imagine the city of Antioch not having park and recreation. Now, to some people, it's a superfluous surface, especially a lot of elderly people say, well, I don't have kids anymore, so why do we need all these darn parks? I mean, you get into those kind of discussions. So I understand, but I would say there's a cautionary note there in layering, because there are quality of life issues that, frankly, you know, if you took a dollar and cents approach, they probably don't always work. Now, I ran the county service areas. Part of them were recreation. I do not know one pool in all of Contra Costa County, from Danville, San Ramon, doesn't matter where, Walnut Creek, no pool makes a profit. That's a reality. And I keep on hearing speaker after speaker after speaker condemning the parks because there's not a profit. That's, in my opinion, a very wrong approach, because it is a quality of life issue. Who uses these parks? All of our community, particularly those who are low income, that don't have access to driving down to Disneyland and going to Disneyland, Not Berry Farm, and places like that. It is their family recreational. So there are a lot of questions that come in, and they can't always be, you know, determined by dollars and cents. I think you need to be very careful of that. The second item is, you also need to be very careful when you begin to raise money in the community, because there can be conflicts of interest. Sure, I'll say, I mean, I'll give you $100,000, you know, sure, no problem. And then 6 months later, you realize there's a price to be paid for that $100,000. I mean, we see it on a national level, you know, $400 million for the new part of the White House, and who's contributing? Not one penny supposedly of taxpayers' dollars, all contributed by businesses. And so I'm just raising, you have to have, you know, guidelines on how that would be handled. So I understand, Mr. Mayor, I think it's good. I mean, if we're ready to go on attachment A, I do have a question. I mean,
Yeah.
and Ms. Merchant, it's actually kind of, it's like city attorney, pending direction from the new city attorney. So there's no way for us to really answer that question, and it's a big ticket item, but that's also true for assistant city manager.
Yeah, and I will just say attachment A was informational. It wasn't for, of course, you can weigh in your thoughts on it, but it wasn't for give us your opinion on each of these positions, whether they should remain frozen. We were asked to provide a list of the current vacancies, so that's what's here.
Okay, so I would, because it does prompt, you know, I'm still gonna argue for a two-person purchasing department and stripped out purchasing from the departments and have it centralized. I mean, I believe that, I understand it. That is how Antioch operated for decades and decades, and it was very, very successful, particularly being in compliance with all the rules and regulations of purchasing.
But I will argue on the flip side, because I was here when it was eliminated and the positions were laid off, that there's a mixture of decentralized versus centralized purchasing across agencies. And, you know, while maybe it's not ideal, it is working, we are complying. And on the finance side, we are, once the purchase orders get created, we're making sure that it follows our purchasing policy. They're getting the quotes, they're getting the bids. And I don't think it's personally that it's going to be a revenue generation by having a purchasing officer versus right now maintaining it decentralized. And in our financial situation, me personally, because this would fall under finance, why should I give up two positions that I think are more important to get two purchasing officers when we have, in my opinion, a process that is working for us right now? Why would I want to replace my business license representative and my accounting specialist, which is more important for our financial reporting, to replace those with purchasing
I'm not
officers?
saying you have to give up to, I'm talking about add to.
No, I know, but I'm freezing those two positions because of our deficit. I'd rather have those unfrozen and not add two different bodies into my department.
So
So,
I'm not
that's,
convinced, but I think the dialogue is good.
Yeah,
But that's the feedback we need.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this is good, and the council's
Yeah.
gonna make a decision.
yeah,
one way
but
or
in
the other.
terms of the deputy city attorney, just, you know, that is a position for, under the DOJ agreement, and we were just waiting for the new city attorney
Oh,
to come on
okay.
board and make that decision. That's why it just says pending direction. So
Right.
we wanted to allow Mrs. Asuncion to get her feet wet and get into the department, and then, you know, proceed with the hiring for that. So that's why that's.
So
Yeah,
her
and
feet
that's-
are wet, are we hiring?
There's also the policy director under that agreement that isn't reflected here. So I think you don't have the full picture like you're saying. I do want to go back to the overall directive, baseline budget. You're 9.5 weeks out from your vote. What do you mean when you say you want a community process, a baseline budget with layering? Are you willing to suspend the normal council meetings? Because this would take us all the way till then to even get that. We don't have a fractional auditor here in the city. We don't have data analysts to even understand what we're paying for unhoused services would take, you know, a month. We talked about this at the priority setting, where in order to do that, we would have to hire a consultant to do a homelessness investment analysis for the city. So how would you like us to give you information for a baseline budget to make policy decisions with your impending date?
So if I'll weigh in, I like having a dialogue like we're having right now. Like, for example, Finance Director Merchant explained she froze some positions, which we may have forgotten about, and she would prefer to have those back as opposed to adding the purchasing folks. So I think having a real-time discussion so it doesn't have to go back to 2 weeks of everybody scrambling, to me, I think that would be a good way for us to be able to do it, especially if we have all the experts in the room.
Sure.
So.
Just trying to figure out what you want to, like, do you want to separate another meeting with all of the directors to talk about this? I'm just trying to, because we actually have to present on paper too, so what does it look like to present a baseline budget, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, and we, like I said, we've talked about this before. It's what is legally required for us to deliver our basic services. So there are certain things that we have to pay our bills. We have to invoice people. We have to have legal. mean, there's certain things that we have to do, you know, with public safety, we have certain mandates, and then from general fund wise, and so I think that it's just identifying those, which shouldn't be really difficult, and then it's a matter of what's the level of service that's being provided for those currently.
Well, I mean, that would definitely be, I just don't know if we can try to turn something around and, you know, in a couple weeks, but, you know, it's just a difficult one, because do you say like, okay, we don't need code enforcement, so let's pull out $2 million and eliminate code enforcement completely, and then it's like, what do you do with the employee? That involves labor and much more conversations. And then public safety and community resources, okay, we don't need to provide any of that. Let's get rid of $4 million out of that, but then again, you open into labor and other issues, and because those aren't required municipal services. So, I mean, when you get to that, it's gonna really kind of look more ugly, you know, like.
But we're kind of being asked to make those types of decisions here right now, correct? Where we're incrementally.
We're asking to shave a little bit off of each, not complete.
And those are positions that are already
And I
not
think
filled,
I think
so.
it takes more of a, to the city manager's point, a little bit longer of an evaluation and thoughtful process. You know, maybe we kind of do, I don't want to say a bare minimum Band-Aid to get adopted in 26, 27, and then in August after July recess, we really start have all, you know, this is going forward what the minimum is, and how do we start to build that into either the current year budget or going into 27, 28, because then we can really, rather than trying to quick and dirty turn around, this is what we think is the basic municipal, we have the time to sit with the departments and legal and say, this is really because, and we have the legal defense to support what minimum we have to provide. I feel like we're gonna be scrambling and kind of turn around a mess that's maybe not as factual or accurate as it should be if we try and turn something around the next couple weeks for you to look at that respectfully, so.
Yes.
I'm also grateful for the discussion, and now I have major concerns because when the mayor pro tem and the mayor say down to what's legally required, for whatever reason, my mind didn't register that we will be getting rid of code enforcement. And so I guess it just goes back to this, what the mayor pro tem raised around things that are necessary for quality of life. And so I'm just like, it would be nice to understand, to be able to have understood a lot of that before we got to this point where we're being asked to make a decision. And then I also seen that it was like, at least for one decision, people are like, if you're gonna get rid of the 4th of July, you gotta do it now because we gotta be under contracts by June. Like, that's hella rushed. And like, I don't even know if I even support that choice, right? So I just think, and I'm also looking at attachment D, and I feel like deja vu, because I feel like we've seen this before, we've made some decisions on this before, and I feel like is coming back for more decisions with the same positions.
And that was only because those were for the 25, 26 budget.
yeah.
And we did propose it for 26, 27. However, we just need it officially, because I know Mayor Pro Tem Freitas had expressed concerns on some of the items, like, I'm not so sure if I want to carry those into 26, 27 the same. So that's why we're asking for consensus again.
Can I just, the comment I made earlier, since we're going down the list, and you said city manager, city clerk, human resources, that's a position that says internal employee acting recruitment on hold for 2 months. So I think we need to have information on that. Is that something that a position we need to fill? And if we should, when is that gonna happen? The next one you look down after that, and when you go to Public Works, the first entry says second round interviews to be held so that one's already in process. The one right after that says assistant city engineer, recruitment to be reposted in 1 to 2 weeks. So I just think the ones that.
And that one actually posted today.
Yeah, and I just got back in, but I would say those notes are internal.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why you have them.
Okay,
but
so
yes.
I just think that the positions that haven't been, I
Yes.
mean, if we've already made a commitment, we've already hired, we have people in the position, that's one thing. But if we have positions that are listed here that haven't been posted, haven't been, in some cases even decided on whether it's a need, to me, that's the ones I think where we need to start.
Right, and I think last time what we did was respond to your requests for essential and non-essential.
Right.
So that's why we're coming back, because it was a one-year point in time budget. We haven't done that analysis on the remaining, so this is not a conversation we should be having about that exhibit, but
So we can move to attachment B?
Yeah, I think that's what we should do.
Or chart B?
Because I don't think we can do A, right, with the information that's here. One thing I wanted to bring up too is when I looked at the attachment B contracts, the contracts aren't in the 2027 budget, right? From what I see here.
correct.
So when I see contracts that end in 2026, that's not moved forward?
That's June 30th, yes.
Okay, so that's, when I saw them in here, I noticed the dates ending, so that's not a part of the 27 budget.
No, I think there is the operational assessment consultant's contract goes until October. It's the only carryover.
Okay.
And any that do say for the contracts, regardless of funding, for example, the very first one, for the audit contract that ends in June 30, 2028, you know, the cost is built into the draft fiscal year 27 budget. Same with any of the CIP, it's built into the draft budget that's being presented.
Okay.
We're on attachment B, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So you're wanting feedback from us?
You asked for a list of the consultant
I
services
did.
contracts, so up to the pleasure of the council what questions they have or further follow-up they might want.
So it's not for decision, it's just for discussion?
Yes, it is for discussion.
It-
These contracts are already entered into or coming to an end, so, for example, you can't say, well, we want to terminate this contract right now when we already have a signed contract to whatever date, so.
But let's just take a look. At city managers, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, I think we have, at least I have indicated, I believe these contracts need to end on June 30th. The only one that I would hold out is DAS Consulting because of the situation that we have with filling the position, the community and economic development. But the other ones, Zelenka, WBA, Tracy Miller, Townsend, I'm not sure, and 10 Jumps. 10 Jumps, I'm not sure about that. That's the
Technology assessment.
technology. But from my perspective, the Zelensky, WBA, Tracy Miller should end on June 30th or whatever their contract shows as the ending date today.
Is that something we want to get council consensus on now, at least so we can move forward with that? Or
Well,
is that-
that's the reason why I asked, is because it ends in this fiscal year that we're in.
I
It's not-
assume they
it's not
all
being-
end
It's
on
not
June
being
30th.
proceeded forward, right?
No.
They end on the
They
contract
end
date
on the
that's on here, so.
Contract end dates.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 contracted in, no, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. I think 4 contracted in June.
June
Oh.
30th. June 30th.
I think there are 4 of the consultant contracts that end in June. Or is it 3? I'm losing it.
There's 3 and then one that ends in April.
Yes.
I just have a question on these contracts and consultants. I need to know which of these are supplementing vacant positions and which are truly discretionary.
Well, none of them are discretionary, and none of them are supplementing vacant positions. What is happening is that there is a lack of expertise in these areas that are helping the city to move forward. So when you say what are the policy implications and long-term impacts, this is another area that is being impacted by your decisions.
Well, the fact of the matter is, we do need to save money. We do need to address the deficit, and this is an option for us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, from my perspective, we've had several discussions last year and this year. And frankly, we're talking about 300, 1,050,000, about almost $1.5 million, you know, just with several of them, not all of them.
They're actually closer to 2.
Okay, 2 million. So from my unless you come back and say, I'd like to revisit this and hear some of the implications and let's talk about that. It's just like the Townsend one. You know, they do some grant writing for us, but for me, you know, I would state, I think you do need Townsend for advocacy, but I'm not sure you need them for grant writing if we hired our own grant writer permanent position. So that, to me, would be one of the things that I think we should talk about.
And their contract doesn't end until 27.
Yeah,
It's the one contract that's 27.
yeah, okay, I mean, but
But we
as we're
still need
moving
to get the
forward-
grant writer. in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe, I mean, the other thing I would, well, never mind, I'll email you, city manager.
Would you like to, you don't want to talk about it here? Well, I mean, because I think
Well,
the goal is
'cause-
for all of us to be able to,
Yeah, I think what Townsend has been doing has been amazing, but I would like to meet with them more. Because even though like they're bringing in grants, we haven't had a conversation about like these other quality of life things, these other opportunities, because a lot of the grants I'm not seeing. It's just like, what kind of conversation can we have with them where there could be like some more direction so they could go out and find money based on council priorities and like addressing some of the deficits and the quality of life issues.
Sure. And yeah, and we can definitely have them meet with you. They come and meet almost weekly with different ones of us, department heads, doing our federal, state, local grant funds, earmarks, all that stuff. So they are very attuned to our quality of life issues by the data, by the numbers. And so having a conversation with you to go over what they do and hear what you need from them is not a bad idea.
Yes.
and I also think it's important that Townsend has a unified message on what they're working on, so they're not running all different directions to, you know.
I don't know why we couldn't have them come to a council meeting, all five of us have a discussion. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, with regards to Public Works, so we have Walter Bishop Consulting for $100,000. And what is he supposed to do? Water Resources Management and Planning. Then we have, Bartle Wells to review CCWD water rates. Then we have, there's one or two others dealing with water rights. I mean, there are a lot of water rights. And so do we truly need multiple, consultants? I mean, are there really that different on some of these items with regards to water rights? And see, this is part of the problem with the information. It says water rights, but when you see multiple consultants, it's like, well, is there duplication of effort? Do we really need, these various individuals, dealing with water rights? And you're talking to a 16-year Contra Costa Water District Director. I understand the importance of water rights, but it's like, are there overlaps, or what the heck is happening here? Because there's several of them dealing with water rights. That would be one of the questions I would have.
City Manager Scott, would you like to?
Yes, sorry. I blanked out from hunger.
The question was just about the water rights and the 4 or 5 consultants that are all working on those tasks.
Yeah, I think
Bishop, Woodard and Curran, Bartle Wells, Walco. We have a group of folks working on that.
yeah, we do. Yes.
Would you like, we can ask Director Bunting to come forward and respond to that, or?
You don't need to do it now. I just
okay.
raised the question. I
didn't call him up because
I'm just raising it.
there's a lot of questions that
yeah.
I'm assuming you want the answers at some point.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, you don't have to do it now. It's
Yeah,
catchy. I don't think it's really fair,
Right.
off the cuff remarks. I'm looking for more in-depth.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware we were also talking about, I thought we were just talking about consultants funded by the general fund.
Well, I think that's what we're focusing on.
Because those are special.
Yeah, those are water fund.
And we're getting ready to talk about the special funds?
CIP? Oh, I'm sorry.
Some of the funds are in the attachment. The water fund is not included.
Okay.
We were asked to bring back consultant services contracts. I do realize the general fund is a focus, but we weren't asked to bring back just general fund contracts, so.
No, they're all of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
I mean, they can impact water rates, sewer rates, and
Yes.
things of that sort. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's general fund or a
Yes.
restricted fund, really.
Correct.
Well, there is a general fund entry down lower below the engineering services for engineering and land development. If I'm reading that correctly, 762,000, is that right?
I don't know where you
If you go further down.
Which
under-
department?
On the Public Works, and if you just look at the funding source and come down, you'll see general fund entries, 2 of them.
Oh.
And one contract ends on June,
That's inter,
one says 11/24/26, the other one is June 30th, 2026.
yeah, one's Interwest, it looks like, and the other one is
And they're both general fund.
something financial, Clear Source Financial.
And that totals about 775, the two.
Well, I was trying to figure out where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
if you go down where it says,
like 2/3 of the way
funding
down.
source, you'll see about 2/3 down, you'll see general fund in the column. It's above the contracts that Don was referring to earlier.
He's in Public Works. See where the,
What organization?
so one of them's Interwest. They have a $6 million, and then the other one is Clear Source Financial. Theirs is like 30,000.
Yeah.
I think those are the two he's referring to.
And that falls under Public Works Engineering. Because when I added those all up, plus that was like 2.7.
Mhm.
The contracts below, and then those two that I just referenced.
Okay, so we have those two identified, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm hungry, but yes. We're gonna come back with the information. We spend a lot of money, we get it. We will come back, with the information for you from the general fund. Interwest obviously does quite a bit of work for us with our, engineers, so, we also are hiring an assistant city engineer and all those things, so there's the trade-offs coming as well. But yes, we will bring information back to you.
And I believe Interwest is also, part of their cost is reimbursed by developers and CIP projects, things like that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It'd be good if it was maybe slashed, other sources, so it doesn't look like it's 6 million coming out of the general fund, so.
Yes.
Looks like Interwest also gets funded out of traffic signal fund, if I'm looking at, if my eyes are right.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, anything on the backside of attachment B that folks wanna? I know.
Could you maybe make the print a little bit bigger?
Smaller, a little bit
I
smaller.
honestly, I really tried, but because there's so much information across, it, shrinks it. I was able to, do my best to get it
No,
to the
thank
few
you, but
pages.
it.
I honestly,
Councilmember
with my
Wilson-
glasses, I understand
Councilmember
it's
Wilson
hard.
and I are going blind, and we just couldn't
I
follow.
have the same problem. I was struggling because there's so many rows across. to-
Okay.
I've been fighting it off for years, but this one just about did me in. I'm gonna have to go with glasses.
Be
so.
glad I didn't put on one page. That was even smaller, okay?
Right.
So we're on attachment C now?
Attachment B. Yes, that would take us to attachment C.
Surprisingly, I have no comment.
All right, so that's the planned vehicle purchases, so I think the question here was whether or not we want to make these purchases this year.
These are already built into the budget in the vehicle replacement fund. It was just asked if.
Okay,
to
just
provide-
providing information on what we're.
Yeah, we were just asked to
Okay.
provide the detail of the anticipated fleet purchases, so.
And then, we'll get into this later on, but the environmental resources new to fleet, I had a question about that, so. All right, so that's it on attachment C. Attachment D. This is the one that Councilmember Torres Walker said we've seen this before. So again, this is just a summary of what the proposal is for us.
Yes,
to
and
be
we've
able to-
added the yes, no, as to whether to, this is already included in the draft numbers. It's not like, the chart B in the staff report where it has a separate column for the proposals. These were presented in March 10th initially, based on feedback from the 25-26 budget. We're carrying forward the same motions, but we just want consensus to continue that. And plus, there is the asking to unfreeze one of the positions due to staff capacity, so.
So, it's like freeze business license representative. My answer is yes, freeze it. That's how I'm answering. But freeze accounting specialist too, I'm saying no, do not freeze that. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Right, so we just need consensus on each of these, with the majority will be what is, and continue to be incorporated in the budget, or we'll add it back in.
And these are your recommendations?
These were recommendations that were, yes, and came out of last year's budget. And so when we did last year's budget and we did the different models, we had these in there and asked council to go through and decide whether to incorporate them. So these are the same measures. The only is that we're asking to unfreeze one of the positions and convert one of the positions. So we're asking if council's in agreement in still incorporating these into the fiscal year 27 budget. They're already incorporated into the draft budget. So if you decide that you do no longer want to, for example, if you say, no, we don't want to freeze the accounting specialist too, then I need to add back in 166,000 back into the draft expenditure numbers.
Is there a page before this? This is it?
There's
One-
page one, there's two
pages.
pages.
I'm missing the first
There's 2
one.
pages.
Page one is on the back of the fleet purchases
Yeah.
attachment.
Right, it's right after the attachment C.
Yeah, page 1 is unfreeze, administrative analyst.
Just turn that page over.
Got it, thank you.
We've
Jeez.
got them all
Get
separated.
started. Sorry, I took them all apart. Okay, so unfreeze administrative analyst. Does everybody agree with doing that?
Yeah, I do, yes.
Yes.
Yes, unfreeze that. Freeze senior civil engineer, 0.25 FTE. Do we want to freeze that?
I'm a yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're yes on that. Convert and fund public works inspector versus an assistant city engineer, or assistant engineer, excuse me. Reduce development engineering contract, so that's going to, does that add 214 and then take 200 off? Is that a net?
Correct, because engineering contracts by Interwest, one of the ones that's listed on the consultant list, we have contract engineers. And so we would reduce those contracts because we have also they do engineering inspection services. So we reduce the contract and then fund a public works inspector.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
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 Yes. Freeze community engagement coordinator? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Have,
By the way, on
City-
this
Turn on
item,
mic-
have it
microphone.
been, oh.
Remember to read the note.
Oh, it do say touch a mic
Yeah, I'll put it-
on,
I'll
huh?
put it-
Thank you for the reminder note, okay? So this was frozen already before, so
Right.
I'm just
Yes.
wondering,
Yeah,
is, everything is status quo, is cool, it could freeze for another year?
Yes, I'm looking at the director, but yes. Yes.
Oh, yes.
of course you would want this position. Why wouldn't you?
I mean,
We all want the positions.
We
so-
all
Yeah.
want our positions, really?
she's reasonable.
Okay, so are we a yes on this?
I mean, I just
Yes.
think it's good to give
Yes.
feedback.
But on this point, I would like to have an item come back with renaming the public safety and community resources on the next agenda. We've talked about this, we talked about last budget, a year has passed, we need to make a decision, one way or the other.
We've been working on it.
I'm just,
So do we have consensus? We
coming
want to
back.
bring that back the next
Yeah.
I got the
budget, next
impression there was a
meeting?
name selected, I just
It's
haven't heard
already, yeah,
about
it's
it.
already done. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
we
just,
did.
it's done. We talked
Yes.
about it in the parking lot.
Come on, Ms.
Mayor
Scott.
Pro Tem.
Okay, so we'll bring it back the next meeting to.
and how many months ago
Yes.
was that?
You have to, can you? you
Moving right
Come
along.
to
It's
your
coming back,
office,
it's
come
coming
to
back.
your office
Next.
tomorrow and start
All
working.
right.
Okay, let's go to the
Add-
policy
add
director.
policy director.
We need to add that for the Allen
Okay,
settlement.
so that's a yes. Freeze business license rep? Dawn?
Yes.
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 Freeze accounting specialist two?
No, I think we need to hire.
I have a question on that. So the impact is this position assists with accounting pay, payables and some payroll. Other finance staff will need to assist with workload. Can someone speak to that?
Yes. I mean, ideally, yes, I would love to have both the positions, but with the current excellent finance staff I have who are amazing, they don't hesitate to, at a moment's notice, drop anything they're doing, teamwork, get the work done. So at this point, I will not say, we are not suffering, so
Then it's a yes for
I'm
me.
willing for the deficit
Okay.
to freeze this position.
Yes.
Yes, freeze the business license. What about the accountant?
I would say
That's
because I have excellent staff and, I'm fully
Really?
staffed in all the other areas.
Yes.
It's not a
Yes.
long-term solution, going back to
Yes.
Monica's
Okay,
question.
that's
so.
yes. Add part-time help to city council?
No,
No.
no.
Got three
And
more.
it says, the city manager's office is at limited capacity and not able to support or staff the city council.
Correct.
We have been.
we-
But we
No,
have a
no
solution.
appointments.
Well, we have a
but-
solution for this.
Okay,
So it's a
nice.
no?
Correct, yes
It's a
and
no.
no. Okay, utilize 5 million in budget stabilization funds. Do we want to make that decision tonight?
Yes, I mean,
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Okay,
yes.
yes. And then remove general fund vehicle replacement set aside.
Are we,
I-
can
My
we cut
prob-
it in half?
My
maybe?
problem with this is that, well, last year, didn't we purchase like 22, 23 vehicles, all at one time because they just were falling apart?
Yes, and as the impact of, need to be increased in the future to catch up, or there'd be a longer replacement period, which I do understand the impact of that, but when you talk about wanting to look at vital services, is setting aside replacement funds for vehicle a vital service, that you would want this and cut something else instead, so.
The
it's a
question I have
hard-
on that item is, my understanding was that it had been some period of time since those vehicles had been purchased.
Yes, and that's why, for one, those vehicles were held much longer than they needed to be. So they were past the replacement period. So that's why so many had to be replaced at once. But my understanding is that between, last year's purchases and this year, we're getting pretty caught up on what needs to be replaced. So there shouldn't be,
But that's
going,
why there were so many vehicles.
Yes.
Because we had a backlog, right?
Yes.
Isn't there another item today about purchasing vehicles?
It's the same, I think it's the same.
There's something in
Yeah,
this that
it's the
has
other one,
vehicle
okay.
replacement.
I knew there was something,
I mean, we're seeing the fund balance obviously drop by, if we do it again this year, $3.5 million, right? Of what it would have been had we funded it last year and this year. True?
are you talking about the replacement?
Vehicle replacement fund.
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
budget
we'll look
section.
at it, but I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
we didn't do it last year, 1.7, we're asking again this year.
Yeah.
So that means 3.5 million didn't go in, but it saved our bottom line.
Yes.
Okay, but when we get to that, we can see where the balance is and.
yeah,
we'll
I
think
know
about that.
we address it again later on.
So do people want to wait to say yes until we get to the item?
I would prefer to wait.
Okay, so we'll wait until we get to that within the,
So, Mr. Mayor, now that we've done all the attachments,
Yes, are we
Can we
going to
take a
E or are we
5-minute
going
break,
back
please?
to?
yes, we will take a 5-minute break until, 7-minute break till 7 o'clock.
Meeting is recessed at 6:53 PM.
All right, welcome back from our recess. Mr. Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 7:05 p.m.
All right, so we have a couple more parts to this report to go through. We have attachment E, and we also have chart A. And, I'm sorry?
We're still on the first one.
Which is the first one? Chart on,
Are we on item 1 or item?
we're on item 1 still. Yes, so we want to finish this up. So attachment E, City Manager Scott, is this something we might want to bring back at the next meeting to
Yes, we
work
can bring it
through?
on Tuesday for in the special meeting budget study session slot from 6 to 7.
Okay, and we can work through that. And then chart A, would you like us to go through this and ask questions or make decisions tonight on this?
Yes, if you could do both and tell us what you'd like us to bring back for further information, that would be helpful.
Okay, so is everybody on chart A? That's the deficit reduction proposals. And your guys all stapled together and you're giving me a hard time. All right, so the first item is to freeze animal services manager position.
I was just going to say the note on there's chart A notes. I'll read the notes as we come to that. That freezing this position would result in a reduction of the subsidy to animal services, just so some
I'm
context.
sorry, I
in there.
didn't hear that.
That freezing the position would result in a reduction of the subsidy to animal services from the general fund.
Again, I understand that, but, there is a fairness quality here. The individual, unless there's something, in negotiations that we're not aware of.
Yes, I think we do have information here, and there has been multiple failed attempts at hiring this position, and it has been vacant for quite a bit of time. So I think the question is, do you want us to come back with information, or do you want to freeze it for the calendar year since it's already unfilled?
Well, I have no problem coming back with information. I mean, there is a fairness issue here. If a person has been in an acting position for years, if that's the situation, that's the rumor, but if that's the situation, just when you come back, please give us some perspective about that.
Okay,
So the direction is to bring back further information?
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Freeze 2 code enforcement officer positions. Any comments on that?
Is that something, I thought I heard a comment earlier about the organization.
Yes,
I think you talked about the deputy city attorney.
Right, so I think that both of our consultants in the back can tell you the impact that's happening in code enforcement, whether or not they believe that these positions should be hired up, or if that,
This is for,
those resources could be better spent somewhere else or frozen for the year. So I will ask one of them to come up.
this is in regard to the 2 code
Yes.
enforcement officer positions.
But
because
if your request tonight is to freeze it, and then we start talking about something else,
Right. So
that's a
it's-
whole different discussion entirely, so shouldn't
Right,
it
so-
just come back?
Well, do you want us to cost out a deputy? Or what do you want us to?
I think you earlier talked about some
Yeah.
of the impacts
Right.
and the interrelationships, and maybe exchange 2 code enforcement officers for
Right.
assistant city attorney. I think those are all valid, so I would, with all due respect, I would expect that you would come back to us on that.
That's what
Okay.
I was thinking.
Okay.
So the direction is further information?
Yes.
Do not fund home key plus.
Well, I brought up the question earlier about the property and what's the status of that particular building and application?
Oh.
Maybe, I don't know if that can be discussed here tonight, but I
we
wanted to.
Can we bring that back with more information? Okay.
So the direction is further information?
Do not fund the AQCRT after ARPA funding has expired.
And I'd like to clarify, this is just 6 months of funding because ARPA goes through December 31st. So this is the Public Safety and Community Resources estimate of how much it will cost to fund it from January through June 2027.
So I would ask if we could get more information on what this program would look like at 8 hours per day as opposed to the current 12, as far as the coverage and the cost.
Okay.
And it expires 12/31, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would also, when I'm just going back to this conversation around quality of life, I think there's also like there's a challenge to actually serve people with mental health and substance dependency issues at scale and even quality, like at the county level. And we have a core team and we have all of this other stuff, but I don't think the core team address issues around mental health, especially if somebody is in an actual crisis. And so I think yes to what the mayor was saying, and something else that could potentially come back if this council decides to no longer fund crisis response services is, well, what will people have access to if not? Are we going to transition the crisis response duties to the police department? Are they gonna have a mental health unit? Are they gonna hire more people? Is everybody gonna be trained? I'm assuming we all know how we got here in the first place. So just wanna make sure we remedy some of that in the future, so.
Yes.
Can you bring?
We can bring it back. I think that let's make sure that we have a conversation about, like, these are all staff reports, and we also have regular agenda staff reports. So limited, I don't want to say bandwidth because I'm looking at the mayor pro tem, and that's our favorite word together. And so this is a lift. So remember, you have 9.5 weeks. So please figure out what the balance is, because this is research writing, staff reports, in addition to current streamlined and scheduled meetings.
I just prefer to know what is the future. So when you're recommending to eliminate something, what is the future proposal for it, right? And so here, I don't see a future solution.
I don't know if we can give you a future proposal. We can give you what the impacts are going to be on the call volume of APD and how that's going to impact their operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't know about
That could
alternatives because we can't control A3 and all that stuff.
Okay.
But yes, so what I hear you saying is to bring back something.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I think and I'm kind of seeing a recurring theme happening here is we need the narrative on each of these items. You know, whether it's freezing the animal service position, what's the narrative behind that? Freezing 2 code enforcement officers. We heard the narrative earlier on what the alternative could be. I think for all of these, I know at least for me, I need to know what the narrative is and how we got there and what's the alternative. And I think that's also what Councilmember Torres Walker is saying.
So let's roll through the rest of the list, and then to the extent we need narrative on it, we can. Maybe someone we can just decide tonight. So eliminate set aside at Pruitt CIP. Is that an annual $200,000 that we put aside for?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can get rid of that? Is that agreeable? We'll just fund as we go, like
Sean
we've been
says
doing.
yes.
I mean, what is the set aside for?
For all the maintenance we're doing over there now. So it just helps offset the cost, so we don't have to come all out of pocket. Like, you'll see we have all these roof projects that are.
Oh, okay. So you want
Just eliminate the.
Okay,
eliminate-
yes.
Yes, eliminate the set aside. Eliminate community grants.
What is that?
That's the $50,000 that we,
Is that the civic?
civic enhancement.
I thought that there was a process to actually do a review of the grant, the process by which the grants go out, do something different and come back.
There was a discussion that we had with community engagement, is that the right terminology, grants?
Civic enhancement grant.
Civic enhancements.
But
And I think the whole thing needs to take a look at, and I actually, staff's not to blame, I'm to blame, that I need to have that discussion with Mr. Wright.
so can we say freeze instead of eliminate?
Yeah, freeze for a year.
Freeze.
Freeze for a year, is that consensus?
Yeah.
Okay, freeze for a year. Pause sister city activities. We have them, this would not be for this year, but for next year, correct?
Well, Sister City generally, I think, happens around the July timeframe, I think, so.
It
would
does,
be-
but we have funding
So it
in
would
this
be
fiscal
this-
year.
No,
to-
well, you already paid for funding this fiscal year.
So this would be for
in
next
the-
fiscal year, right?
So this would be for July, if the Sister City happens this July, it'd be this July.
It's already.
Oh, they're coming here this July.
Yeah, since we're the host city, I think we need to keep that funding
Yeah.
there.
Is that for this 26?
Yes,
Dawn said
July.
July,
Okay,
it's for
okay.
July. Okay, so we're, yes,
Yes.
we're gonna keep that.
Keep it. So is it a no?
So we're not
No, we're
pausing
we're
it?
not gonna pause it.
We're not
Okay,
gonna-
so
Sorry.
that's a no.
Reduce garbage franchise fee allocation to solid waste fund by 100,000.
And the note on that one, I'm sorry to interrupt, is that this can only be, of course, we're only looking at 27, but this could not be a continued reduction in the franchise fee revenue to solid waste because they will not have enough money to fund all their programs and services.
And we'll be looking at all the programs and services and when we look at the,
Yes,
schedule.
on the 28th, when we move,
Right, 28th, okay.
the solid waste fund is part of that. So you could preliminary, for example, say, yes, agree to this, and then when we look at the solid waste budget, you know, you can decide if the number should change or whatever, so.
okay.
Actually, I would say no, until we look at those numbers. And I really do need a better understanding of what the solid waste fund funds.
So
What are
the-
the activities?
So bring back future?
Yes.
Well, so that's gonna come back
So for me,
on
the
the
answer
28th.
is, you know,
A no until you
reduce,
get
yes,
future information?
to reduce the garbage, but it's contingent on coming back and having an explanation.
So there's no contingent, just bring back for.
We'll
for
talk,
further information.
we'll talk about it on the 28th.
Yeah, so it's
On the
just further
28th,
information.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
so further,
Yeah.
so we'll talk about it on the 28th.
Cancel the citywide signage CIP, $417,000. I'd like to wait until we talk about that at the CIP tonight to hear about what that program actually entails. So we can wait till then to make a decision.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cancel restoration of public fountain CIP, $47,000.
Are the fountains we're talking about, the one right here, the Fontana fountain?
It's any fountains, for
Citywide.
example, if the fountain at Hillcrest
Hillcrest
and
and
whatever,
Hillcrest,
something happens. So it's just kind of money that's been rolled over and left over from, so you have money set aside to restore, just like for the public art. if
Do we
something
have, do we have,
happens.
do we have fountains that currently have issues? Because I know Deer Valley isn't running, or Hillcrest isn't running right now. Okay, so so do we need this money in the budget then, this 47,000? Okay, so that, we don't need it, so we want to take it off?
Sure.
Okay, take that one out, or cancel it. Cancel restoration of public art, $46,000. Is that to fix the man and the girl that had the arm problem? Is there?
That is, I don't want to get rid of it. You know, I mean, I think that we need to have a better understanding about the public art.
Okay, so does anybody else want to keep the public art money in there?
Was that, you want more information, or was that an absolute no?
I just need more information right now.
I said bring it back.
Okay.
Bring it back.
Bring that back. We have cancel or reduce the city hall modifications CIP, $1.4 million.
Yeah, so we have, it's been in the budget for a couple years, and we've been starting to plan now that staff is moving, you know, across the way. We need to modify the basement and do some work there. I'm not, you know, I'm for those of you who've been in the basement and know kind of how that is. And City Hall, we're kind of outgrowing ourselves, and so we need some space planning modifications so that we can all fit. And for example, code enforcement's all piled on top of each other on the second floor, if you've ever been there. And so we've really actually started the planning process on this. So we're, you know, we don't want to take the money away because we want to get City Hall being able to accommodate our employees. That's why we said reduce if you wanted to take off any portion of the budget. But ideally, we, you know, would like to get City Hall so that everything looks like the first floor, essentially nice and new, and then can accommodate all the employees.
That's a CIP, right?
It
Yeah.
seemed like,
Yeah, a lot of these are
it seemed like
CIP.
the modifications are needed,
Yes.
right? And I think we keep hearing move people across the street, but that's a conversation we haven't had. I mean, kind of last week, we talked about that. So this whole, when people move, like, we don't know if that's a finality, because we need to
don't
have a
know.
deeper conversation about that.
Yeah,
But I
and
do
I
think
can-
the modifications need to happen because people shouldn't have to work in uninhabitable conditions.
But isn't
so.
that, but that's also CIP, right? We're gonna be discussing CIP, aren't we?
Yeah.
And
Is
this
that
is
CIP also?
I'm gonna
doesn't,
say no,
I'm gonna say no too.
Do we have a third no?
Yeah, sure, no.
Okay, so we'll
No.
say no to this one. We'll keep moving forward. Canceled EOC improvements, 408. yeah,
I will
Emergency
say
Operations
for
Center.
this EOC, the Information Services Director did some research on our PEG funding, and we've built in money in PEG funds, which is a separate, money that we get from cable franchise revenue that will pay for the broadband services and other improvements, so that, we can safely eliminate this 480,000, return it to the general
Okay.
fund, because we have PEG
Okay.
funding as a source.
Well done.
So yes.
Whoever had that idea.
Director Helpenberg.
Good job.
It's a
Mr.
yes,
Helpenberger.
right?
That's a yes. We cancel that.
Eliminate.
Yes.
Or just actually refund it differently. Cancel 4th of July event. And now is this for this?
This would be
year.
this
This year,
July,
I'm
so
saying.
it is getting
250 at-
awful.
I'm gonna
250
say
at that
No.
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 All right, cancel National Night Out. I'm gonna say
No.
no. Cancel Juneteenth.
No.
No. You had a party council, even though we don't have money, so.
Okay, so then beyond the table on pages 4 and 5 were just some further thoughts, if we can get direction on these. So other ideas, it's about halfway down the bullet point. One is to look at selling the golf course. Don't even know if there'd be a market. It definitely would take some research, but just the general fund pays debt service of approximately $345,000 annually. The debt service is due May 1st, 2031, so the general fund will be paying that. And then we pay approximately $150,000 for irrigation water annually. So a total cost of about $500,000 coming from the general fund for the golf course. And the agreement with the golf course only requires a base annual $20,000 payment to the city, adjusted by CPI.
And the alternative is, while the ask is to open the licensing agreement for an extension, that we would renegotiate the terms higher than $20,000 a year.
Can we do that
Yes.
legally?
Mhm.
Yes.
City attorney?
I'm sorry.
The question is if we can legally renegotiate the terms of the license agreement with the golf course to something different that would be able to provide us with more income from the golf course.
I'm sorry. Yeah, if that's council's direction, the manager can go and renegotiate.
Okay, so is that
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be
Yes.
not, let's not look at selling at this time, but renegotiating the lease terms.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
The next one is do not run any special events other than what you've already given clearance for, which is the National Night Out, the Juneteenth, and 4th of July. So any other special events outside of those three, a suggestion is don't run anything outside of those unless money can be raised to fund the cost.
What were the three? 4th of July?
Well, you guys approved 4th of
June.
July,
Just approved.
Juneteenth, and National Night Out.
National
So
Night
it'd be
Out. Okay, got it,
anything
got it.
outside of those events.
The one other item that I saw was the agreement with the Antioch Unified School District, it's $150,000. And it
Wait,
says
can
to-
we get, an
Oh, I'm
can we
sorry.
get an answer on the
Wait.
special events?
I agree with it, that we're doing the 3 period.
Okay.
It would have to be a special request back to the city council.
And we have agreement on that? Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
Okay, now for Antioch Unified School District.
Is it okay to go now?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
No, just reading where it talked about that to pay, it's to pay for water for the 2 school sites that we do not have an agreement with for use.
So one agreement is from 1958, and it, literally, it's from 1958, saying that we'll pay for irrigation water at the Memorial and Spartan Field. And I obviously was not here in 1958, but my understanding just from hearing throughout the years is that because those facilities were designed to be recreational joint use facilities, so, we'd pay for the water, and they had certain terms that they had to maintain. And then the other one is for Lone Tree Elementary. That's a more current agreement, sometime in the last, like 20 years. But again, it was designed as a joint use that the city would be using it for recreational stuff, which we no longer do. So should we continue to be paying for water at those 2 locations when the city does not
Well,
use
No.
those facilities?
No, that's why I'm bringing it up, but I wanted to ask, I don't know if Shahad has the answer to this, but for years, Memorial Park was used for youth recreation. it's not being used at all any longer, then I would be in favor of removing that.
Okay, so we will have to enter into discussions with the school district. We already did reach out to the city attorney's office, so we can't just, like, tomorrow, we're not paying your water. It has to, and for example, the Lone Tree Elementary, it actually talks about that agreement can be canceled with a 1-year noticing period. So we may have to, we'll have to enter into talks with them, and for the 1958 agreement, we may have to follow the same type of 1-year notice, but we'll definitely, that'll be, may not have a fiscal year 27 impact, but we'll definitely work on getting those.
I wasn't around at that time. You may have been.
I was.
Yeah.
Do you know how many other 1958 agreements we got?
A couple.
And I think it's also just important to, as we all know, the school district's going through their own challenges, so, as we're.
No, I understand that, but if this was being utilized for youth and family services, great. But if we're not utilizing it, and I don't believe they are either, then I don't know where that money's going other than just paying for the grass to be green.
Well, and I think, we'll talk with the school district. I think the school district still uses part of our park, so, talk about that. All right.
The next item is if positions become vacant, do not fill them.
So you're basically talking about a hiring freeze.
That's what it would be, because it would be every.
So for every
division.
position that somebody leaves, you would not fill it. So it's a hiring freeze.
Yes, that would be
Well,
a
I
suggestion.
asked that question earlier to our Director of Recreation, Park and Rec, because I know there's a vacancy position now, so that would that be kind of what we're talking about here?
Yes.
I think there needs to be more information on that.
I guess my question is, so I think this is what, I know what this means, and it also includes the police department. So that would mean for every person that retires or quits or whatever, that position will be frozen and not hired into?
That's what that statement is, but it's,
I'm not
again, it's part of the
necessarily a
throwing
fan
everything out on the table, so it could be come back for discussion in terms of priority positions versus, or, so.
I don't know if I'm a fan of a broad brush hiring freeze just for every position that's empty to not rehire in it, because we're already at a operational and structural deficit. So if 40 more people leave and we do this, we're agreeing that we will not hire in that. I don't know.
Well, I agree, because I think, as I mentioned about Director Wright, is if we just had a position become open, I wouldn't want to say that we're not going to hire that position because of this language. So for me, I can't support that right now.
And the city council's already indicated that they want to hire the police department up to 117, fully hire it. So, I mean, excluding the police department from this doesn't coincide with that direction.
So we're rejecting that.
We're rejecting.
Okay. But I do think you do need to come back and have a discussion. What do we do with vacancies when, existing, maybe to go back and revisit some of these positions, just overall.
Well, we're already at non-essentials being, so, I mean, that's a good sort of holding stasis right now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, next one's water park.
Yes, so in looking at it, it actually costs more money at this point to keep the water park portion closed, because you still have to maintain the pool so that you don't get, West Nile and whatever green mold and kind of there, and plus make sure it's not a safety hazard. And because you're not generating revenue, you would actually be, have to pay maintenance costs but no revenue to offset that. So, another alternative is to look at reduces the number of days the water park is open, maybe operating Tuesday through Sunday or Wednesday through Sunday. We wouldn't have an exact cost for that, but if you wanted the recreation department to explore that, they could, and we could bring back a cost model for that.
So 2 comments. One is that I found it hard to believe it would cost more than $1.7 million a year to close the water park. Maybe that's true. And then secondly, I would say, why don't we expand the number of days instead of decreasing them to generate more revenue to offset that cost? So that'd be, I kind of thought going the other direction with it possibly.
And on this item, last year, Mr. Wright did make a presentation, and frankly, I applauded him then, I applaud him now, because he was bringing forth some creative ideas with regards to naming the facilities and things of that sort. I'm not so sure how far we have gone forward on that, but I do think there are other ideas that we might, go
we're
back
happy to
and revisit.
give you an update. He did some of the ideas, so fees, and then having a franchise come to do our concession stand, so it doesn't cost us. So we'll give you an update.
I think a update will be appropriate just so we can understand. And then I'm also just wondering, to the mayor's comments about keeping the water park open more days and not less, I'm also just wondering what staffing level would the Parks and Recreation Department need to be at in order to stay open, keep the water park open more days.
Okay.
Because it might actually cost.
It could.
It's gonna be an additional cost. And I would be interested in knowing if keeping it open more days is actually offsetting what we spending. So are we actually going to make more money, or are we just gonna stay open more days and still make the same amount of money?
Or make less.
Or make less, or none at all? And then maybe the council should consider selling the water park, or at least leasing it or something, I don't know. But I would like to see that.
Okay. And the next bullet point, I believe we did already address, exploring collaboration with the county or other partnerships for animal services. So, we said we'd be back with information on that, so.
And just to go back to the water park, so we would need to bring you back the estimates to fix it to where it can be leased, which is gonna cost. So that may be your one-time sinking funds from reserves or from the budget stabilization in order to make money later.
Mhm. All right, last one is reducing the police facility maintenance by 1.3 million. And that's a few projects, correct? Kind of, we're talking
Right,
about
well,
here?
it was just saying reduce the budget. There's 1.3 million left, 1.311 was allocated. So council certainly could say no more, or they could say, let's shave off a few $100,000, or,
Are there specific projects that this is
Well, it says
intended for?
unencumbered. It says unencumbered.
Right, it is not encumbered
There's no
at this
projects
time.
that,
No.
Are there still leaks? Is the roof still falling in, or is?
I mean, there's a,
We
yeah.
need
Yeah.
to get the roofs on the CIP.
If we could have, Captain Bittner come up and give his color, just give
Still planning to install solar?
Yeah.
Like-
Good evening, council. Yes, in regards to 1.3, that's for new carpet, our new flooring, paint, and workspaces, cubicles for the entire police department. That doesn't include the roof repairs, which are being addressed now, but that 1.3 doesn't include that.
Have y'all seen the carpets in there?
Yeah, I think you've all seen the carpets,
It looked-
paint. It hasn't been touched really since 91.
Old Motel
But it,
6.
so it isn't covered.
The carpets.
right,
So we went out to RFP. Yeah.
Okay.
So we went out to RFP for the paint contractor, for the flooring contractor. We're in the process of getting a staff report done for the workspace, the cubicles. And that you should have that probably in the first council meeting in May, or maybe on the 28th. So yeah, so it's in the works, but no work has been done yet, but everything's in progress.
all right. What's council's pleasure? Do we want the police department to look better and have workspace, or?
I think so.
Yeah, and so it really hasn't been touched on the interior since it was built, which I believe was 91. Mr. Freitas, you probably know, was it 91?
My wife was the #1 proponent.
Yeah, so.
And she and Frank Stone, Councilmember Frank Stone, actually worked on the whole development. I can't think of the name of the architect, so yeah, I'm very familiar.
Okay,
It
so
was late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, so if your wife went back inside today, it looked the exact same. So that's why
I just
we're
will not
looking
be
to
with her
change
because
it.
I think she'd be very upset, but anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so do we have 3 people that say yes?
Keep it.
Okay.
Keep the 1.3
We'll
and
keep
cover
Keep
it.
it.
And the only other item, I know it's not on that page, but if you go underneath Chart B, I do state that Chart B does not include the costing of adding 12 additional police trainees. If you recall at the last meeting, you did ask the cost of bumping up to the 117 officers, where there was a discussion about, basically it wouldn't be full-time, it would be getting some trainees in there and starting the academy. So that would be a cost of $559,000. But then, of course, from fiscal year 28 on, it would show full staffing, fully funded at 117 officers. So did you want to include the, funding for 12 additional officers, but as trainees during fiscal
But
year
is that-
27?
Well, just for clarification again, that's not 117
No.
patrol officers.
Correct,
That's 117 in the department overall.
right.
But the positions you're talking about are just officers.
They would be,
like
well,
patrol.
they would be however the police department decides to assign those. At the last meeting, we actually asked for a breakdown of how
Is
the
it how the
additional.
police department would assign it, or was the expectation that it will be additional patrolmen? Because that's the clarification I can't seem to get from council or staff every time we bring this up. So,
Let me see this.
so is it officers? Is it just any way they want to allocate it? More investigators? What is this going to look like? Because I also don't want to have.
Okay,
people-
so the statement from March 24th that was provided by the police department is that sworn staffing at 117 would be allocated to 76 officers in patrol, 9 in traffic, and the set team.
And what?
The set team.
engagement team.
The community engagement team. So, but,
9 between traffic and the set team?
yes. And that's what the total of 117 sworn. But I also just want to state that, even though we're only adding 559,000 because it would be academy and trainees, you've committed yourself to funding 117 officers from that point forward, and in 27, 28, by building, when I give the projections, it's gonna have 117, sworn officers.
You
That's
mean
my understanding.
117 sworn staff?
No, sworn
Sworn-
officers.
sworn
like
officers.
officers.
Officers,
Well,
sworn
officers
officers.
is
Like
either-
on the streets?
From the chief
no.
down to the.
117
Never gonna be
sworn
117
Everybody's
off on
sworn.
the street.
I know this, but
Okay.
I am always going to clarify,
Yes.
because people are going to assume that they're going to be seeing all these police out on the streets,
I
and
believe
that's
the
not what's happening.
The question I
So-
asked to the chief, I know he's up there.
Why don't the
was-
chief come down and
Yeah.
answer?
Was that, the ideal numbers to get to 105 or 106 to be able to cover street patrol?
Yeah, so just to clarify, 117 total. You're looking at about 17 admin. We're not patrol at all. Those are your lieutenants, your captains, the chief. The other 100 or so would be patrol, detectives, traffic, set, all the other positions within the police department. So the numbers were accurate to what Ms. Merchant said about the patrol numbers, the set numbers, the traffic numbers, and then about 17 to 18 detectives.
And I think the question has been around the capacity of actually hiring 117 officers by July 1st of 2027, correct?
Correct.
And so you're asking if we want to add in the 12 officers and budget for 117 in the 27
Right, but it would
budget?
be it would be 559,000 as trainees, because they're not gonna be, full-time officers by June.
Is that to put
30th.
them into the pipeline to be able to become up to the 117?
Correct. They would have to go through the academy, complete
Right.
field training, get cut loose, then they would count. They would count numerically as soon as they get out of the academy, but they still have to get through FTO.
So it's an investment into full staffing by going through having 12 trainees or whatever the right term is to prepare them to come onto the force once they exit and complete.
Correct. And timeline, the academy is about 6 months, and then FTO, depending on how well they do or if they're struggling, is 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to project. Yeah, we can get bodies into the academy, but how are they going to perform when they hit FTO? Will they clear FTO and get cut loose off of training and be a solo officer to count towards that number?
But isn't the other reality, police officers will retire, there will be worker comp. The goal is always 117, but there will be vacancies because of other issues or conditions.
Always. The workers' comp thing doesn't go away. I think we kind of look good in retirement right now, so, because we're so young. But yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
But to keep in mind too, if you add the 12 positions, although it's not gonna have a fiscal year 27 impact, if we're looking at in 27, 28, a $13 million deficit again, then you have to add $2.42 million for the 12 officers being full-time. So then you're gonna make your 10 million, almost 13 million again, so.
So on that issue, when we budget for these positions, not just the police department, but all positions? You budget at Top Step 1 year, full?
It depends on the position. I generally, if there's multiple, I'll do like a mid-range and a starting. What I have found in the last couple years, because of our challenges we're going through, it's been hard to attract candidates without having to offer a higher salary. So a lot of the officers, though, because they are coming in, there is so new, we're able to budget at an A or a B because they are coming out of the academy or very new laterals. There aren't too many that we have to bring in on the higher level. But other positions, when you're getting seasoned employees coming in, non-safety, we're having to offer the higher step to get that employee to come here.
Yeah, no,
But I do a mixture. It's not always step E. It definitely depends on the position. At the director level, it tends to be more a D or an E because you need somebody of that high quality caliber experience to come into the city, for example.
I mean, it used to be almost 100%, you know, and I know that there should be differentiations in some of this.
Yes.
You know, it should not be just a broad brush. This is how we fund it, every single position.
No, and I definitely, take that into account. Now, if someone leaves during the year and they were budgeted at step E, it remains at a step E for that year. But I definitely, we definitely look at the position and, so it is a mixture.
So do we want to include the 12 additional police trainees?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Yes. All right.
Okay, then that, unless there's any other questions on this presentation, we'll be bringing back attachment E.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Why didn't we see the marina in here?
We have not gotten to the marina discussion yet, just like recreation and animal services we brought back at a separate meeting. So.
We will though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it in relationship to selling the marina or leasing it out or doing
Selling,
something?
leasing,
Something else?
something,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So with that, we will bring back attachment E on the 28th. We'll have a study session from 6 to 7, and then the more involved parts of what's been asked to be brought back will plan to bring us back on the May 12th. So.
No, yeah, it's going to go next meeting.
28th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so attachment E is going to go on the 28th.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move on to the second part of this study session, which is the CIP.
All right, Director Bunting is going to come up and go through it.
Welcome, Director Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Very happy to be here. It's my favorite time of the year. So I have prepared slides to go over what we're talking about right now. I know this is a workshop. It's a little bit different than what we've done in the past. So you guys are seeing this before it goes to Park and Rec and planning and all that. So I'll go ahead and go through the slides. I'll talk through stuff. You're welcome to ask any question that you like. If you'd like it to go in a different direction, just let me know. So first, I need to start off with some thank yous. I'd like to thank the guys in the back, our IS guys and the video guys out there. They do a really good job, and I really appreciate them being out here. Also, the people that work on my project or work with me in Capitol, Lori Medeiros, Paul Fuentes, Robert Pizarro, Mitchell Loving, Julie Vire. I need to thank the Deputy Director, Carlos Cepeda, and all of the other departments that they all have a role in this. Okay, today is a workshop. It's in advance of some of this stuff right now. The way the project will move forward, we'll be at the Planning Commission on the 20th. At that time, we'll be confirming the consistency with the general plan. Slides off a little bit. We'll have that fixed by the time we go to Planning Commission. Following that, on May 21st, we'll be going to the Park and Rec so that they can receive and acknowledge the fact that we've done the CIP. And then on 26th, we will be at the City Council meeting to actually go over the final draft CIP, and at that point, get your final recommendations. And then on June 23rd, we'll be presenting the final CIP for your adoption. A little bit about what we do in capital improvements, objectives, provide professional technical engineering services, support to all city departments, and provide leadership in implementing federal, state, and local programs. Capital improvements, we utilize a number of, or actually, and this is just going to be our capital improvement expenditures. So as we talked about before, the way the capital goes is that we're only looking at a one-year budget. So really in this, you're only really looking at the revised 226 as well as the proposed 27. The 4 years following that are for planning. So in general, we'll kind of look at what we've got going on right here. You see that we've been doing a lot of work, and we have a lot of money budgeted over the next, say, this year and going into next fiscal year. Predominantly, if you look at the roadways, there's about $40 million that's out there. Work includes pedestrian access projects. This includes all of our pavement rehabilitation. This is our plug leveling course as well as the Cape Seal program, as well as the median enhancements that we do. And it includes the beautification and widening that we're doing on L Street. In addition, you can see that water system, another fund that we're planning on spending about $21 million on. This fund, there's a water replacement program where we're going to be redoing the electrical over at the water treatment plant, having to work around the solids handling at the water treatment plant. Currently, we rent a centrifuge. We're looking at to see if that's still the proper way, most economical way for us to handle our solids. In addition, there's reservoir upgrades that need to be done, do some retrofitting and some securing of those. Just want to point out a couple other big items you can see in our community facilities, about $18 million. That is your second phase of the City Hall remodel. It's the work we're doing at Pruitt. It's also the work it's the work we're doing at Nick Rodriguez, as well as the work we're doing at Pruitt. That's the resurfacing of 2 of the pools out there, as well as the deck rehabilitation that we're doing. Finally, just pointing out what we're doing in Parks and Trails. $17 million worth of Parks and Trails works, facility upgrades that we're doing. The work at Jacobson Park is nearing completion. Marquette Park is under contract right now. We're looking to get the restrooms should be in about a month or so, and that'll kind of define the schedule for that particular project. In addition, this includes our bike garden project, which is going on over near ACC. Funding sources, as you can tell here, capital improvements use a number of different funding sources. The enterprise funds, which would be your water fund, your sewer fund, as well as your water improvement fund and your sewer improvement fund. A number of other things we'll go down and get into a little bit more detail about the grant funds and the special revenue that we have. Something to take note on within these 2-year period that we're talking about, you're looking at about $20 million of unfunded projects that are currently in the CIP. A little bit about our funding sources, a couple old ones, Assessment District 2731, Lone Diamond Assessment District, as well as Assessment District 26, which is the Hillcrest Assessment District. Both have minimal funds in them, mainly due to they've been spent and that they're currently being used to house some of the products that we still have. There is a little bit of money in the Hillcrest Assessment District to do a little bit of work on Hillcrest. We get down to enterprise funds. As I said, you have the sewer enterprise fund, you have the sewer system improvement fund, the water fund. It is missing the water systems improvement fund. Both those improvement funds are your capacity funds. Those are capital funds that are money goes in from the developer for expansion. That money gets used in a capital way to basically upgrade and improve the capacity within our systems. Additional funding sources. The first one listed is ECRFA. That's not a grant. That will be that's a special revenue fund, but that is on there right now. That's something we'll be talking about a little bit later. Some of the other funds that you see up there, the HSIP, which is your Highway Safety Improvement Program. So we currently have 2 of these funds. One's going to be doing modifications to 69 traffic signals throughout the city. That's about a $2.52 million grant that we have, as well as trail modifications. We'll be installing hawk signals in 3 different locations. It's a grant of about, it actually is $828,000. And again, you have the OBAG money, One Bay Area grant. Phase 2 is actually providing about $1.5 million for the improvements on L Street. In addition to that, the OBAG, the 3rd round of OBAG is going to contribute about $2.5 million that we're receiving to do part of the county-wide smart signal project. Lastly, I'll just point out the Safe Routes to School. This is a partnership that we have with CCTA. This is something that city had worked on. We were working with CCTA for 2 different projects, one being the second phase of L Street, which is a $13 million grant, as well as the bicycle garden, which is a $4 million grant. Very happy. It's working very well, working with CCTA. It was an excellent investment by the city as far as I'm concerned. Special revenues, these are just some of the funds that we use. The ARPA funds where we talked, that was to mitigate COVID, public health, economic impacts, public services, things like that, as we know that those are going to go away this year. Delta Fair Fund, those are for parks that were built prior to 1980. We talked about how we can use those. The development impact fees, something that we're working on. It's been something that's been, we haven't really brought up to date within the last few years. We are working on it to get those back in place. But those are basically one-time charges for developers to help pay for the infrastructure due to the growth that is brought on by these new subdivisions. Lone Tree specific plan, benefit district, it says special plan up there. I believe that's incorrect. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about this. This is for work being done somewhere between Oakley, Brentwood, East Antioch Creek. It's that area that we're talking about. You'll see later that particular fund, as well as the ECRA fund, is being proposed to be utilized for an extension of Slatton Ranch Road. The last 2 on there, gas tax, Measure J, those are funding that we receive predominantly to do roadway work and help afford our streets department. More funds we get to use, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, storm channel maintenance, trash captors. This is one of those funds that we've talked about, trying to increase the revenue on it. We have a lot of channels. We have a lot of need for these sort of funds. It's a very limited funding source, and we'll continue to talk about how we can raise revenue. Your RMRA, road maintenance and rehabilitation, another one of our road funding sources. This goes along with SB1. We utilize it again to do our roadway maintenance programs. And I will just touch down on that Tidelands AB 1900. This is a fund that we're looking to look towards our marina. The marina hasn't been dredged in quite a while. We'll utilize these funds to do the preliminary analysis of what we've got down there. The actual dredging is unfunded, but at least to have an idea of the condition of the state of the marina and of the silt buildup. We'll be looking into that this year. So there's about 3 people in the capital improvements department. We get a lot of help from other departments. Here's a little look at some of the work that we've got done. I'll start at the top with the Amtrak station. That was a huge effort by all of the city. Public Works did a good job. We worked with our staff. We used consultants. Deputy Director Zepeda was on top of that and made the facility look beautiful. Our downtown Wi-Fi, it went hot. I think everybody saw that now we have downtown Wi-Fi is what we talked about. So I'm happy to know that that project is completed. Our utility box artwork, have you seen them? They're everywhere. They look beautiful. But again, it's a good project to have done. I'll touch on the pathway repairs because these were done in parks. These were areas where we had trip hazards. Country Manor Park, Almond Ridge Park, Deerfield, as well as Community Park. We did some work on the trail pavement out there, eliminating some trip hazards out there, just kind of making the parks a little bit better. And then, of course, there's a neighborhood traffic calming project. These are the ones that typically install speed bumps or other traffic calming devices. This past project that we did installed 8 speed bumps and 1 raised crosswalk. We did work on Gentrytown, Desiree, Country Hills, and Asilomar. And finally, not to be left over, the Brackish Water Desal plant. You see $96 million. We're all happy that back in September that we were able to commission this facility, and we hope to get a lot of use of it in the future. Wait, let's go back to the general fund projects. Okay, so these are the general fund projects. We say they're in progress. I'll go down them a little bit. Some are in different phases of what we consider in progress. Some that I feel that are important. You see that the City Hall modifications phase 2, that project is in design. We have a lot of talking. We have a consultant on board that's been working with us. The money hasn't been spent. We haven't done any work yet, but it is there. It is in process, but is very much in the design process. Both the Pruitt Park pool as well as the Pruitt Park concrete, these projects have been awarded. So they're in progress. There's construction going on. We have the pools being drained and going to be recoated. The decking's been removed. We're looking to replace the concrete. So happy to say that those two projects are in the works. Got started a little late. We're trying to push the contractor as best we can to get the work done as quick as possible. Also on this is our Emergency Operations Center. Again, working in final design of this. You heard that they're doing a number of remodel work down at the PD, the paint and the carpet. We'll also want to do this work inside the EOC, which would bring our EOC up to some sort of standard, get the infrastructure in there, modern, be able to also utilize this for public meetings. We'll put equipment such as we have here in council, so it would allow us to broadcast from that place, to have meetings, and really make it a more useful space than it is right now, updating, like I say, the technologies that's there. And then finally, we'll talk about the last one, which is a city signage project. Currently, we have a project out to bid. This project is to do park signage. When we originally started this process, RSM was a design consultant that we used. They produced a magazine that had our font that we were going to use, and they also came up with like a initial package that we would be looking at in terms of if we were going to go for these parks. So basically at Community Park, City Park, Chichibu, some work down here at Waldy Plaza, as well as some signage at Pruitt. And then there's some other, about 8 different signs on trails that we were able to fit in there that were put out to bid to basically use our new signage thing. It would be typical, similar to what we see at Chichibu, the main sign that they have there. Overall park signage might look a lot like Halpoon, but Halpoon was done, by a developer, so it's a little bit different. But this is the first phase of that, with the object of getting these 3 areas done. Personally, Community Park, City Park are big. We've talked about Community Park for a long time. I really would like to see, Warshaw sign up there and things be nice. Again, might be a little late on this, but we're getting things moving. So again, super excited about that. Very interesting project for us to put together, so we look forward for this getting rolled out and then being able to move forward with other projects, other parks in the future. Funding's limited, so we'll be able to get through with this, and we'll be talking whether or not we do want to extend funding for this type of project to do the rest of the parks. Okay, some more projects. Now these are in progress, and again, in different levels. Upgrading access control, that's something that we're continuously doing, making sure that, we do have the key cards are working and we expand everything so that security is in good shape. I'll talk a little bit about Jacobson Park. Jacobson Park, it says, just about nearing construction. A new playground out there, new landscaping, providing ADA accessibility from the road. If you're not familiar with it, the park is actually is quite a bit lower than the roadway. So now there's a switchback down there so you can get down to the park without having to have stairs and having to be the slopes too steep. Getting the basketball court was getting redone. That's currently kind of the remaining item right there. To get the basketball court done, it's being reconfigured a little bit. But again, almost complete, beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful park. The community bicycle garden, that's one over on ACC, or next to the community center. Working through the design. First steps are getting out there, doing some geotechnical borings. That should be on the way here within the next couple weeks. Briefly talk about the last 2 projects that you see here. The last one, which is a traffic calming program, that's our neighborhood program. We're rolling out the next project, looking to install 13 different speed bumps, basically throughout the city. Streets that'll be done, we're looking at Sunset Drive, East Tregallis, Wildflower, West Medill, D Street, East 19th Street, Sunset Lane, and Candlewood Way. That'll be about 13 new speed bumps that we're getting to, bringing us pretty close to where we're at. We get a lot of information. It's a program that a lot of people want to know about, but there's lots of things that have to be checked before they're able to get to the point where there is a speed bump being placed. We're doing a pretty good job of taking that number down and getting these facilities out in place. I'm really happy about the fact that the first project was relatively cost effective, and that our ability to roll out this other project, I think we can do this pretty soon and then get some more of these facilities out there. Lastly, you'll see the L Street project. $21 million is what will end up being spent out there. Currently, you have the first phase of the project, which is Sycamore to the freeway on the southern side, and then 10th Street to the marina on the northern side. That's phase 1, under construction right now. A lot of access that you're seeing out there. New handicap ramps being placed. You have a flashing crosswalk to help with the pedestrian access over off of Pepper Tree Pepper Tree, the crossing, because basically you have the elementary school that's right across the street. So that project is also moving along pretty good. The next phase for us is continue with a little bit of the concrete work, and then you'll see the street will be refinished, restriped. Hoping, probably around June, probably do the final road work, possibly when school's out. That might be something we might look for, try to get into the June time. More things in progress. There is lots of stuff going on. Again, limited staff, but we do a lot of things. Street light improvements. I know this is another big topic for everybody. It's the lighting that we have here. This program is for everything north of the freeway. Right now, we're waiting for the equipment. There's been a little bit of delay trying to get the lights. We expect those facilities to get here within the next 3 or 4 weeks. Once we get the facilities, then we're able to go. We have the contractor ready to go. We have the staff that's able to help them. We know how the project's going to get rolled out. It's just a matter of getting the lights and to be able to have the lights to do install. So street lighting it's kind of a little bit misleading because most of it is street lighting, but we're also replacing all the lights. Any pathway lightings that you see, which may not be LED, will be swapped out to be LED lights. Like around the marina, the police department, there's a number of these little things. You might see some pocket lights also within freeways that are ours that'll be replaced. Next we got the Sycamore traffic calming. So Sycamore traffic calming went with James Donlan, went with 10th Street. They were all passed by the council a while back. They've been put on hold a little bit. We are rolling these things out. Sycamore is actually out for bid right now. Slowing it down a little bit. Need to get this in front of the Park and Rec Commission, which will happen in May. Just to get their feedback, because there is road alterations that need to be done. We'll be taking Sycamore, James Donlan, and 10th Street, all 3 of those, to the BPAC to get their blessings, to make sure we're on the same page, and then look to roll out Sycamore, which would be followed by the other 2 projects. Also on this list is the upgrade of 69 signals. I spoke a little bit about the funding for this, which is great because it's very much needed. This is a project we're basically going to replace the lenses on the lights that aren't in good shape, put the reflective backing. You might see that in some of the areas around Caltrans and other cities. We're going to get that installed on a bunch of these, as well as pedestrian countdowns, because a lot of our signals, they just kind of have a hand and that's it. These will put a pedestrian countdown on, help with the pedestrians, make sure people know how much time they have to cross the street, just to make things a little bit easier. Following that is the county smart signals. Again, these are federally funded, or these are grant-funded projects. This project in particular, this project's going to address traffic in 2 of the major congested corridors that we have, Empire Road to Hydorn on Lone Tree Way in that area, as well as Auto Center / Summersville in between Mahogany and Fairview. The lights in there are going to be switched out to being these smart signals. They basically talk better to each other. They adapt to traffic. They really help traffic move through the area. Hoping that it'll be a good thing. The area on Summersville and Auto Center has been something that nobody's been able to do anything about, and it's continued to be a mess. Hopefully this will really help us. The area over by Lowe's is a new sort of mess, and we hope that this project will help help the traffic go through the area. They talk better to each other, so it's more of an active system. Also on this, it's towards the bottom, water studies. So water studies include, right now, we currently have a water master plan that's being developed, as well as an urban water management plan. Both of those are under works. That's what that'll be. And then down at the bottom, you got the solids handling that we spoke about. Again, looking to see what we need to do. We did this a few years ago to make an analysis of what the best way to do this is. For us, we've currently rented out. The biggest thing with solids handling is actually getting rid of solids. So that's always a little questionable. But then also, it's the idea of your facility, rental facility. We put the desal project out there. We've got that out there. The only thing that we're really missing out there is a way to really handle the solids that would be ours. So we're looking at a number of things: screw press, belt press, the centrifuge, all that stuff. We'll be looking into a little bit more to see what's most effective. Do a cost-benefit analysis, see if purchasing it and staffing it is the right way to go, or continue to use the rental that we have right now. rental we have right now could go away, and that concerns me. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to take care of these solids, because solids are generated as part of the water making process. That's what comes out, and you have to deal with the solids as well as the water that's discharged. Okay, so here's the fun stuff. More stuff added to the CIP. We didn't have enough to do, so we have to add some stuff. Up at the top is our real-time data center. This would be at the PD. Basically, we're talking about an increase of the dispatch area, making it bigger, increasing the technology in the area, able to utilize it and hopefully grow so that it would be a real-time center where we could have TVs and people monitoring it, utilizing whatever facilities we might have, drones or people out in the field, to really have that ability to be on top of it immediately. And that's kind of the plan with that. Configuration would need to be dealt with a little bit, because currently, as you may know, the PD is pretty squared away. Dispatch kind of has its little spot. Doing something like this would probably demand a little bit more facility building. A number of roof projects popped up a little bit earlier. Yeah, the roofs do need to be maintained. You have these budgets in there. That's what we think. We've had some estimates, but of course we'll dig into that and make sure that's what's required. If it can be rehabbed, that's great. If it needs to be replaced, that's what we do also. But those 4 projects we'll work through. The third one from the bottom, like I said, we've added this to the CIP. It's Slatton Ranch Road, Phase 1. This would be basically from Wild Horse to Wicklow. It's right now in the CIP, looking to utilize ECRA funds as well as the East Lone Tree Assessment special district funds, and then we're still unfunded for a few $1 million at the back end of that. But it's something in there. It's a year out. Something hopefully we can discuss and see if it's something that the council is looking to do. Sewer master plan is also underway. So water master plan, sewer master plan, urban water management plan, general plan. We are looking at these things, seeing what the future is going to look like, as well as a sewer rate study that's also in the mix right now too. So there's a lot of things going on with the utilities. And then lastly is just the removal of the underground storage tank. That's at James Donlin, our James Donlin tank, our water storage reservoir. Currently the tank is underground that holds the diesel. It's old, and basically, so it needs to be removed. And rather than having it underground, we'll put it above ground so it's easier to maintain. It's just a better situation. There's a lot more we can talk about, so I'm here for any questions that you might have, any adjustments that you might want to see, and anything we want to talk about.
Thank you, Scott. Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comments. Oh, one, sorry.
Thank you. I think the largest question for me is the Slatton Rant extension. What is the justification coming from that end or starting on that end of Slatton Ranch versus building out infrastructure around our BART station? I would think that with the struggles that BART is dealing with as far as ridership, and with the higher density opportunities and the mixed use opportunities that are centered around that Hillcrest area, what would be the justification in starting over on the Brentwood side of Antioch and going through that extensive infrastructure upgrade for a lot of, I understand, I guess it would be commercial development and there is some residential built in there, but once again, looking at how every other city has addressed their transit districts, I'm just curious how, as we go into this general plan update process and then this CIP process, why do we keep avoiding that BART station? Why are we avoiding that area? I understand Slatton Ranch was extended down to the BART station, to their terminal down there, to their facility, but there was no infrastructure that goes across the railroad tracks over to the other side. There's no infrastructure connecting further down we just had a massive fire over there that Con Fire couldn't even control and was a significant environmental risk. And then the first CIP project that addresses Slatton Ranch starts from the other side. So I'm just curious if this was always intended as the first phase of the project. What is the justification from starting over there? Understanding that BART is trying to extend, whatever model that is, and the financial instability that they're dealing with now. But I'm just curious, because if they do get back on track and we build out the infrastructure over there, then that incentivizes BART to build infrastructure for Brentwood and Discovery Bay. And so I'm just wondering, using these regional dollars, why wouldn't we once again focus on that transit district so that we can support greater projects and don't end up with an apartment complex that's behind a 7-Eleven that just brings even more traffic into the area? So I had questions around other projects, but that was my largest concern. Thank you.
All right, any other public comment?
No
Okay.
further public comments.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to council's questions. What I'd like to do, Director Bunting, if we could, is kind of walk through the some of the pages of the report that I think some of us might have made some notes on. That'd be all right.
Report or the actual draft?
The draft CIP.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about the project themselves?
Yes.
So,
Go ahead, I'd like to get started.
so the first. Okay, so project 7359, pavement management system. You know, I'm still going to be talking about Country Hills and Whitetail. 36 years I've lived there, no improvements whatsoever. And so I need to understand, I'm not the only resident in Antioch that's been neglected. And so I need to understand this system and why, you know, I think earlier you talk about the ratings of our streets. I think earlier we got a 63 or 67, which is fair. But a lot of these streets haven't been touched for 40 years. So I'm not understanding the pavement management. When I look at the budget that you're requesting, you know, it's 114,000, you know, and change for fiscal year 25-26, nothing in 26-27, and then in 27-28, $100,000. How are we ever going to repair a lot of the existing streets that literally are crumbling?
So, no, we're good. So the pavement management system, the project that you're talking about is what develops our pavement management system. We do it every other year because that's when we're eligible for grant funding. It's a PTAP process that comes through MTC. We utilize their funding. Actually, it doesn't even come as funding. They provide a consultant for us. We utilize that consultant to do a pavement evaluation. They go through, they drive the streets, they give an evaluation of what our streets look like. From that, they develop basically our pavement management system, work with our staff here within streets. Street Saver is a program that this stuff gets utilized in. The streets get re-ranked, and now they're going to get a new PCI on them. That process will allow us to have another understanding of what the streets look like and how we should develop the plan. When we were at council previously with the Cape Seal project, the acceptance of that, there was a list of where we think we're going to go with the next project or two. There was about four segments that were in there. That's where we're thinking at right now because it comes from lots of things. It comes from our pavement management system, what the PCIs are, what we hear from residents, and just what the general condition of the roadway is. So you're going to, and MTC's delayed this for a year. So this process should have started last year. No, not for the city's fault, but because of the way the contract went to our consultant, it's got pushed back a year. So we'll utilize them. The process has started. Adhera is the name of the consultant that we'll be utilizing. They'll start the process, like I say, to reevaluate our streets. They'll work with staff so we can get a new evaluation. And from that, we'll generate a new 5-year list. Where we have right now is where we're at. But it takes a little bit. We go through the process. We utilize what we get from the consultant. We work with what the PCIs are and what their recommendations are, as well as working with staff. And that's basically how you're going to develop the next phase of what our 5-year plan is. The pavement management system, which is developed utilizing these PTAP funds, like I say, it's every other year. That's why you see it the way it is within the CIP.
Well, Mr. Bunning, I think your system has failed for at least 36 years that I'm aware of personally. And I'm not the only one. So it is beyond me, the condition of some of our streets. If you went in and got a front wheel alignment and you went down some of our streets, you'd have to go back and get another front wheel alignment. And it's just not acceptable. I mean, you're talking about something today, I'm talking about something that has existed for more than 36 years just in my neighborhood. And I can go all over town. And so I don't see any hope.
My question to the Mayor Pro Tem is, are you asking what the plan is for improvement? I think it's a revenue issue that with, not having capital asset replacement built into development agreements and in the city for several decades before Director Bunting got here. So I think the question is, in terms of addressing it, I think your lack of hope is our question about what is surmountable and what's insurmountable. So first, the study to get us up to date is something that we would like to bring back to you all. And then I think there needs to be a larger conversation about what street maintenance looks like for the city.
But there has always been a study. I can tell you for at least 40 plus years, I'm aware, Public Works always has a study on the roads. Always. That is supposed to guide, the CIP investments. And frankly, for a good portion of the town, it has failed. And in the narrative that you provided to us, when we're at a 63 rating, which is quote unquote fair, 63 when I was in high school was a C minus D plus. And that's the problem I see. So yes, okay, it's another study, but a lot of people are suffering. And I don't think it's a comprehensive approach to pavement management. And listening to what you're saying, I don't think there's anything really different except you're updating some information with different consultants. So can you tell me what's so different about this new 5-year plan from the past 40, 45 years?
The plan that will be rolled out after we work through this process with O'Hara will give us what the conditions are currently. And from that current condition, which would be different from past years, the current condition, we will be able to analyze it a little bit better, come up with another 5-year plan, which basically gets done every 2 years because we're able to evaluate this. But utilizing the information that we get from this study will help us develop that plan even further. So as the city manager said, we'll go through the process, we'll go through this, and we can come back with the recommendations and what we're seeing from the pavement management system and the process that we're getting through the PTAP and with Adhera to show you kind of where that's at. That's not a problem at all.
Director Bunting, when do you think the study will be completed? Do you have any idea on that?
You know what, they're just getting started because they're backed up also. I can get back to you through the city manager once we get the schedule from them, but they just re-engaged. Like I said, they pushed this thing back. It should have been done last year. They pushed everybody back for a year.
Yeah, I think to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think the frustration is obviously lack of adequate funding and then the fact that we have a lot of older neighborhoods that have had nothing done, obviously in 35 plus years. We're also, it seems like, spending a lot of money on matching funds for capital jobs like L Street. We kicked in $4 or $5 million. So, that's money that otherwise would have gone to street maintenance. So I think it's probably a bigger discussion once that comes back of kind of where all the funding sources are, where all the money's going.
Right.
I know these smart signal projects, we had some matching funds going on that. So there's a lot of concrete work. We just did a big $1 million concrete project, which doesn't address the streets because we have to have handicap ramps done before you can pave the streets. So it's a comprehensive item, and I think it'd be good when the study is done to come back with something that's comprehensive of what we could look forward to seeing.
Understood.
Yeah.
Project number 7745. This is the Northeast Antioch annexation
Mhm.
infrastructure. Is this a legal obligation of the city of Antioch when we annex the property?
This money was contributed both by the county and by the city to provide infrastructure to that area.
Okay. And, well, there's one that I'm, go ahead.
On that same project 7745, isn't Delta Diablo also assisting or working collaboratively with the city on this particular project? I believe I've heard this project come up on the Delta Diablo side.
In what fashion?
And as far as funding around the lines going to the wastewater plant.
No, Delta Diablo's issues do not affect the city's conveyance lines. Those would be them replacing their. So between the city has our own conveyance lines that move sewage to Delta Diablo. Delta Diablo then has lines that move through the city from the Antioch pump station, actually the Bridgehead pump station, which is on the eastern side of town, over to the Antioch pump station at Wilbur, and then over to Delta Diablo. I believe what you're talking about is they need to do some redundancy and some replacement of their mains that are crossing the city. It doesn't connect to our system. I believe that it would be a Delta Diablo improvement for their system, not necessarily affecting the city.
Okay, and I just assumed, so thank you for elaborating on that. So I had a question.
They're in the same area. Their lines go down Wilbur, so they're coming in that area. So maybe that's the connection.
Okay. Well, in a little bit, I have some more wastewater questions, but I'm going to let Mayor Pro Tem finish.
Project 7937, the Pittsburgh Antioch Water Intertie.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a great idea. The question I have is more of a legal agreement between how this will be managed and, you know, if it's needed, how it will operate and who's responsible. It's a project right now, but I'm concerned about the legal aspect and an agreement signed by both parties, exactly how it will be implemented.
Yes, that is part of it. We have 3 neighbors. We have Brentwood, we have Diablo Water, and we have Pittsburgh. The hope is to move forward with interties with all 3 of those during this year. They would all need agreements so that there was a way for us to, you know, like you say, how is this managed? When does it get managed? Biggest thing for the city of Antioch is that our hydraulic grade line is higher than the adjacent cities, which means that water can flow from us to others by gravity, but it does not flow back to us. So in order for these interties to be reasonable and be beneficial to the city, we need to have a bilateral pump system in there so that we can move water from the adjacent suppliers to us. So that's part of it. We currently have interties with Pittsburgh, but it's basically a segment of pipe that can be connected. But with that being said, the water flows to Pittsburgh, not back to Antioch, unless Antioch's pressure would drop quite a bit. So the answer to your question is yes, we would be looking to get agreements with Pittsburgh and possibly with anybody else that we would want to have this sort of agreement with.
I mean, so you're going to be doing 3 of them. I would hope that the city attorney begins the process, because I think there'll be a lot of discussions, particularly with how it operates and who pays who when damage and things of that sort may occur.
Yeah, understood. So we have a pump station on Wilbur that does tie into Diablo Water. There was an agreement. The agreement has expired. It's something we're going to be looking into. Okay. So there has been something in there. It has been taken into consideration in the past. We'll build off those old agreements, but also make sure that everything's up to date.
And for me, item 8008, Rivertown Community Space. For me, it's not no, it's hell no. I am absolutely opposed to this project. I have been opposed to this project for more than 26 years as a candidate running for Antioch City Council in 1998 and serving for 2 years, and then as mayor for 8 years. And every state of the city address, I absolutely have come out opposed to making the BD Lumberyard a park. To me, it's one of the most important pieces of property we have in the Rivertown. And what we're proposing is a passive development versus what I believe is necessary for the Rivertown to actually, move forward, and that is more new residential development combined with economic development, and having a park there brings nobody to the downtown, does not generate any property tax revenue, does not provide any sales tax revenue. City of almost 120,000, we don't have a hotel conference center. We don't. And I think that is an absolute tragedy. Growing up as a kid here, if you could go anywhere in the greater Bay Area and mention Riverview restaurant, everybody knew what you were talking about because people came from San Francisco, Vallejo, Sacramento on their boats and came down, you know, and parked their boat there, got in for dinner and other social activities, and had a very, very good time. We had a great reputation. So in the downtown, there's nothing that attracts outside people versus even people in Southeast Antioch to go to the downtown. And putting a park there, I think, is the wrong thing. I think it is a waste of a precious resource that we have, where we could do mixed commercial and residential. And I guess this is in here because previous council has said they want a park. Is that right?
Yes, that was previous direction. We've had a number of outreaches regarding it. There's been a number of forums with the residents.
I know.
We've gone through all that.
I attended them. I spoke to them. I got attacked by them, you know, and on and on and on. And from my perspective, this is one of the worst things that could ever happen in the downtown, and a waste of an incredible asset in the downtown.
Well, we have talked
I see
about
what it says, but it's
unfunded. There was a lot of work done to engage the community because I'm assuming there was a Save the Yard campaign a few years ago. Residents down here got together. The city brought in somebody to do a park design. The design had a lot going on in it, canopies, amphitheater, everything. It came back to the council in 2021. And it was like, well, that was an old design. Let's have conversations with the community and see what people want to see today versus what that group asked for. And I know, Ron, you were here as a city manager, and there were many discussions about it being a park, but there were also discussions about what, some people were wondering what would the marriage look like between development and green space there. So what ended up happening was the report never came back to the council on the outreach, and conversations that I've been having more recently with businesses downtown and other residents is that it wouldn't help with economic development, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, and we've been speaking about this a lot. It won't help with economic development. It won't help attract people regionally, and so the conversation, I believe, moving forward, are going to start discussing, I'm assuming in our standing committee, is about actually what is some, mixed-use development, but what is a marriage between development and green space could actually look like. So it's not just serving as a park with green space, but also a way to bring some revenue. And then also, I know myself and David Storr had a conversation about some other property that the city owned down here, and businesses said that they would actually like to see some sort of boutique parking garage or something down here that's maybe like mixed use parking and commercial, not on that lot, but another city lot. So it's a bigger conversation. I would like us to have it in the standing committee, but I was under the assumption that this wouldn't be coming back. Because last year, I could have swore that this council actually voted not to do that project, to eliminate it from the CIP, and for it not to come back. And so I was actually shocked to see it here, because I remember that when we went through the CIP, and people said yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and the lumberyard park area was actually one people voted to not do.
Is that something we can do now?
Yeah.
I mean, we did it then, so we're doing it again.
So just to comment on that, I'm not sure if it was removed from the CIP or just not done last year, deferred out. It's an unfunded project that the the council
No, I
had
don't
one point.
remember it saying deferred. I
Okay.
actually remember a handful of people up here voting to not even move forward with discussing.
And that is definitely an option right now, if that's the,
Well, I'd
if
like,
that's.
I'd like to bring that up now. Why don't we, it's unfunded, it's a project we don't want to move forward with. Why don't we take that action tonight?
Is there consensus to remove it from the?
I think the consensus should be that this discussion be moved to the standing committee with myself and Mayor Pro Tem Freitas to talk about future opportunities and development.
So in the meantime, do we want to take this
Out
idea
of
out of the CIP?
Mhm.
Yes? Okay. So please take that out of the CIP. All right. Is there anybody else have anything else? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a few questions, but I think most of these I'll probably just email to you. It's just in regards to our water system and wastewater. And I know we're prioritizing water and wastewater projects. Are these, the ones that are being prioritized, are these primarily driven by maintenance needs, regulatory requirements, or just future growth?
It depends on what we're talking about. Work over at the water treatment plant is a lot because of just the infrastructure is there. The electrical situation needs to be resolved, so that's something just to keep things up to date. Other things at the plant often are regulatory requirements that we're continuously working on. Other things such as a water main replacement project or something like that may be driven by breaks that we had or issues that the staff has been dealing with that we need to go out there and do that work. It very much varies depending on what projects we're doing. But there is a lot of regulatory stuff that continues to change, a lot of testing that's being done at the lab within our water treatment plant to keep up with those things. But a lot of what's driven most of our things is, we get the aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced. You end up with things that are increasingly getting closer to their life expectancy that need to be replaced in order to keep things running.
And then, two questions are kind of tied together. Do we have a sense of our deferred maintenance needs of these systems and how the CIP is addressing over time?
So we're lucky that most of our systems actually in pretty good shape. A lot of our water lines, or a lot of our, start with our sewer lines, they may be old, but a lot of them are clay, and they're in good shape. If they go in and they're installed correctly, they're good to go forever. It's an inert process that, really, unless things become uneven, there's no problem there. We keep up to date with our system itself is in good shape. When there is repairs, our crews are able to take care of them. Once you end up with a couple different, 2, 3 maybe repairs in an area, then it starts moving to maybe we need to replace that line. So then we're able to get out there and do that work.
And then are we using like predictive technology to kind of help us with these maintenance repairs? Is that something we've invested in to kind of help us get ahead of things that potentially could go real south in the future, but really using this technology to stay on top of repairs or maintenance or what needs to be upgraded?
It's not, no, I don't think it's that sophisticated currently with what we're using. We do have leak detectors that we can utilize, but lots of things are underground and you really can't know that there's going to be a problem. But typically there are indicators, and that unfortunately happens because there is a break. And you find that there is a break in a line, and that might lead to the idea that, hey, what's happening here may be happening at other neighborhoods. We might need to look at something more total of what we're doing. Sewer-wise, same sort of thing. If we end up with any infiltration or problems with our lines, currently we're looking to line them. It's much more cost-effective to be able to line them and to be able to still utilize them, but then you stop the infiltration, exfiltration of the pipeline. But a lot of it isn't I wouldn't say it's technology-driven. At this point, there are some things that we can use, but a lot of it is just what we see and what we experience.
Yes, I think that's something we probably should look into, because you yourself just said when a main breaks, then we know there's something wrong with it. Whereas in this, maybe using something along this technology to be able to kind of predict that, hey, this line is getting weak, and we can get out ahead of it before there's a main break and it's a larger issue.
It is something we can look at. I mean, we are aware of when the lines were constructed, so we do have an idea of what their life expectancy is. So, that is a time where we should get in there and start doing some projects.
The rest of this I will email to you.
Cool.
Thank you for all the hard work, presentation. It's 8:34. I'm on community facilities, page 8006. The 800 West 2nd Street. And so I have a lot of questions because historically, when this has showed up in the CIP, it has showed up as Department of Public Safety and Community Resources every time. This is the first time since the former council voted to allocate ARPA dollars to purchase that building specifically for the use of the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, which the name is changing. I see you squinting. I see you over there squinting. This is the first time I've seen it show up in the CIP as financing Human Resource Department facility. So I'm just wondering about clarity because there was a clear vote, like how the funds was gonna be used, what department it was gonna be used for, and direction given. And it's historically in all the documentation, ARPA expenses, and the CIP, it has always said Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, and now it's showing up today as Finance and Human Resources Department. So I'm wondering why this discussion didn't come back.
So I would invite you to review the September 23rd, 2025 council meeting where we brought to council an amendment to design specifically for that building. And in that staff report, there was an attachment which clearly showed it was going to house HR and the finance department. And this council voted 5-0.
No, it was supposed to be the Department of Public Safety and Community Resource space. And I remember a discussion about HR and some other department maybe also needing to co-locate in that space.
I would be happy to send you the staff report and the annotated agenda where everybody voted. And the layout was in there.
It's odd because everybody up here seemed super shocked when it came back like this. So was it that it wasn't explained? Why would we purchase a whole building for a whole department and then say that now that department is going to be homeless because we want to move people out of City Hall? So I'm just trying to understand the thinking around this. Where is the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources going to go, given that young people invested a lot of time in organizing to make that happen, as well as the community? And so I'm just...
Yeah, we can come back with information about this, but we did check because we wanted to make sure that we hadn't missed, and we did check with the clerk's office. 3 people actually checked for the vote that Carlos.
Well, maybe it wasn't clear that it would be permanently used for that. It was the conversation I remember was that another department would be co-located in there with the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources. There was never a discussion about the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources not having a space.
Yeah, so we're still in discussions about space planning right now, looking at the business needs and making sure that we actually didn't make that mistake on the vote for the legal record. So we can come back with that and the operational needs, because I'm trying to figure out what the crosswalk is in between like business and the council directing daily operations in terms of where people sit in the building. And so let me come back to that so we can have a conversation regarding your concerns.
I think it's really just intent versus like impact. Where is the Department of Public Safety and Resources going to sit? They serve youth. They are doing violence prevention, housing and homelessness, tenant protections. Those are all direct to the community where community was expecting to have a space to be. So what is the plan?
Yeah, so the last conversation we had a few days ago regarding this was we actually felt like we should redo the current space because of its access point in mid-city, instead of having people come down to City Hall, also not going to having a direct first floor egress, instead of going up elevators, are down to the second floor of the basement. Also, we talked about the Nick Rodriguez Center in terms of what the connection will be for youth. But because of the resources and the co-locating with Parks and Recreation, we actually think it's better for them to stay where they are and use DIF funds to redo the side of some of the community center.
Is this something that can come back to?
There was no discussion prior to like with people, like, this is what I'm saying, like partnerships are supposed to work to like be in communication so there's clear understanding and we can work together. This work was done by myself and Councilwoman Wilson, who still exists here, and there was no conversation with us, no one reaching out to say, what do you think about this? And no like solution planning moving forward. So now it's just like, oh, we're gonna maybe it's the Nick Rodriguez Center, maybe it's the Land House, maybe they stay in the substation and there don't be a substation, or maybe we expand that. I mean,
yeah, no, I understand, and I apologize. I want to take responsibility.
It's not transparent. So.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that. I don't think I'm used to, as a city manager, coming to ask you where to put staff since I'm running daily operations. I also didn't realize that there was a conversation before I got here that public safety community resources was going to be moved.
It was all documented.
Yeah, and so that but in getting up to speed, there's a lot of things that I just am not privy to until the conversations are had. So in taking responsibility, we're trying to also problem solve and balance the needs of business along with the authority of my office to move staff based on those business needs and have transparent and public conversations. So I appreciate the conversation. I apologize. I do think that I would like to discuss this further, but intent versus impact is noted. There was no ill intent on my part. So I don't want my staff to be blamed for any of this, nor the department heads. And so we can continue the conversation.
And I think the fact that it affects not just public safety and community resources, but all these departments and the different facilities and the substation, maybe it's just a bigger discussion about kind of how it all works together and your vision for that.
Yeah.
So.
And when you move people out of City Hall, what is the plan? Like, is it just City Hall gonna be vacant? Like, I think like it's important to understand the bigger vision. Not trying to dictate where people go or sit, but I also think if we are saying we in a partnership up here, it's also important for us to understand the bigger vision, to be able to articulate it and support it and not be put in a position to be up here now saying what happened, this wasn't transparent.
Well, I think clearly we just need to have a master plan of how it's all going to come together and where people will be.
Right.
I'm not in any way interested in telling you where to sit people. I'd like to just see what's the plan. We get the construction done here, across the street.
And I think that's the first phase, right? Getting the staff over there so we can, if the project still stays where we can remodel the city hall, there is space here.
Well, respectfully, the first phase should have been bringing a deeper, transparent discussion about all of this and what it would actually look like moving forward. That should have been the first phase.
Yeah, thanks for that. There are things that I missed. So just trying to keep up with the plate of work here coming into what I came into. So we will bring it back and have a discussion.
I don't want to add any fuel to the fire, but I do want to ask the question. Are we possibly eliminating the police substation?
No.
No. So that is maintained?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I look forward to this report.
All right. Director Bunny, I had a couple questions. So related to the park signage project, can we use any park and lieu funds to pay for that park signage? Is that possible?
It's something we can look into.
Because we have quite a bit of money, and it would be, these are pretty expensive projects, but they're like Chichibu looks wonderful, so I think it'd be nice to you know, if that is a available funding source to use that for some of this.
Yeah, that would be great, an opportunity. We have money for this first phase. It's unfunded for about probably $1 million after this, so that's something we'll definitely look into. As well as any Delta fare for some of these older parks.
On that, just for clarification, so what I see at Chichibou Park, that's the signage we're talking about? Because it's really, I really like it.
Yeah, super
So
nice.
that'll be the signage that'll be going around throughout the parks and different, okay.
And
Is that right?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, yeah.
Yeah, so what you
'Cause
see.
I know, I mean, because the old city logo, and like at, say, at the park on James Dolan, the community park, I was just wondering, will the new signs match kind of what I see at Chichibou? I know we singled out Chichibou because of the sister city program, but it'd be nice to see that those color schemes that stand out, much brighter, much more attractive, I think, are citywide. Yeah.
And that's exactly the plan. The whole Poon Park was done by a developer that actually has a lot of these wayfinding things too. That's going to be similar to what these other parks look like. The main monument sign that you see at Chichibou, it was a one-off, but that's basically the design that we're utilizing. We did the foundation, we have everything like that. There'll be enhanced signage over at Chichibou because it does just have that main sign. There'll be the wayfinding within it. Here's a tennis court, horseshoe pits, gazebo, that sort of stuff. So yeah, what you see there will be fine. We're trying to expand on what our branding did. You know, that was a few years ago, and trying to just continue with that. This project has been sitting around for a little while, but trying to move forward.
So we have a complete design standard that's been adopted, correct, that we're using for our parks and our wayfinding and all of that?
Yes, sir.
Correct. And then the Hopoon Park, did they not use the same one as Chichibou? They do something different?
It's similar, but they provided their design. They did that before we had actually installed any of this. What we were initially given by the design consultant was just that, a design. It had a lot of stuff like an architectural design, but it didn't necessarily have the structural guts to it, like a foundation to it. But the fellows at that did the whole Poon Park did install the wayfinding. It's very similar, if not identical, to what we have in our wayfinding thing. I'll stop short of calling it a model because it was done by a developer. Once we put something out, then we can say, hey, that's what we want to model everything after.
But moving forward, we're going to use the same design everywhere in the city.
That's the goal.
Okay. And then also there's the sign at the entrance to the reservoir there on Golf Course. We can redo that sign with the waterfront also. So
Yeah, that's
that one
something.
looks really bad, and that would be nice to have that.
Yeah, we'll look into that. Yeah, if you notice, we replaced a couple of those signs, like the entry sign into the water plant has been similar. We can take care of those smaller ones.
So I noticed we have like almost $3 million of roofs we're repairing next year. I mean, that's a ton of money. Is that, and I didn't see it on the previous CIP, is that something that just caught up with us this year on all 4 buildings?
Well, there are new projects in there. They need work of some kind. There's going to be an investigation to make sure of what the extent of it is. Right now, they are new projects that we'd like to see added in. But yeah, they're all getting old. We've been doing we did a bunch of the roofs over at the water treatment plant over time. You know what we just done at Nick Rodriguez over there. So we have aging facilities.
Okay, so it's just, that's a lot of money. On the Brackish Water project, it says 96 million, and then back in the body, it says 116 million, so just some number stuff. I'll give you my comments on some of this stuff here. How's the eBricks project coming along? The tower out there on Walton?
It's going pretty good. So the fellows at eBricks originally said that they were fine with what we had out there in terms of providing power to them. Lately, they've talked and they said it's really not necessarily what they want. It's a direct burial line that comes across the street from the water treatment plant and can get dissed and actually damaged. So a long time ago, we started engaging with PG&E to bring power to the site. We worked through the application. We're now to the point that the city does have money as part of what we're doing to support them to bring power from Walton Lane through the parking lot and install a meter at the base of the hill. That is in the works right now. I'll be field meeting with PG&E and our staff that'll be actually doing the construction within the next few weeks.
Okay, that's been going on for like 10 years.
It's been going on for long. It's been going on for longer than that, but we're finally at a point where we can bring this in. Bringing in the power would not only be good for them, but also for us. It is our tank. It'll give us a much more consistent and dependable power source. And we have some conduit that goes up the hill. We should be able to do it rather economically, helping out them as well as us, at the same time.
Under roadway, you have traffic calming program 380, and then you have Sycamore traffic calming 425. and then James Donlan's 865, and West 10th is 250. So, is West 10th and James Donlan within one or both of those, or can we break them out so that they're all?
There's 4 projects.
Yeah, but
One
the-
would be your neighbor. One would be considered your neighborhood traffic calming, which would be what you get when our residents reach out to us. They say I have speeding or have an issue with traffic within my residence. It starts the project. Typically, they're looking for speed bumps. That's what we'd call that. Those other 3 projects are just dependent on those 3 streets. The projects were designed. They went in front of council before everything was approved. They did not get taken to our bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee. I need to go through that process, and then they'll go out to bid.
Okay, I was just saying that James Donlan and West 10th aren't listed in the project listing here. That's all. So, you know, Sycamore's on here, but the other 2 aren't.
I believe that I'm looking at getting Sycamore done now. They're within the CIP. The James Donlan and 10th Street are, but probably just out of it.
Okay. Let's see really quick. There's a lot of projects that are not that are unfunded, right? There's a ton of unfunded projects. For example, the replacing the ball fields out, the soccer fields out on James Donlan. So we show that as a project in this year's CIP, but then we show it as unfunded. So is it, I mean, are you expecting us to say, move it to another date down the road so we don't have 2 million? Or are you expecting us to say, yeah, we want to spend 2 million out of reserves, or what's the idea?
So the project had been there. We've done this many different ways throughout the years, and sometimes we didn't show unfunded projects. If you don't have any funds, we're not putting in the CIP because it's not something that we're able to do. The other way is put in the unfunded because it helps you project projects that you might want to do in the future, at least get them in the CIP. At this point, they're unfunded within this fiscal year or within 2027. I think the decision would be, in my opinion, from the council is either do we want to fund this, do we not want the project, or do we want to push the project out and maybe fund it in future years?
Okay, so that's what you're looking for on these unfunded projects, because there's several of them on the list.
So, and we need to be a little bit careful because some of them are absolutely unfunded and some do have some funds to them. There's a possibility that some of those funds that could still be used for initial design or some stuff that could help with the project to get it off the ground.
Okay, and in last year's CIP, there were some projects like the Pruitt Park easement fencing, Pruitt Park pool resurfacing 130, marina upgrades 350, marina pedestals 200, irrigation controllers that don't show up in the CIP. So I'm wondering if they fell out or if they just got excluded, or. And like I said, I'll give you my notes here of just stuff that I noticed, but that was just a few projects that didn't show up in here.
I would be happy to hear which ones. Some of them may have been completed and dropped out, possibly. Some of them may not be necessary. I would be interested in knowing what projects you're talking about. But most likely, if they've been removed, they were completed. But let's talk.
City Council has also mentioned Carnegie Library as a possible project, so I think it'd be good to put it in there to see. I think it's like 85 or 100 grand to see if that's something we want to fund in this year's CIP.
When you say look at Carnegie Library, you're talking about bringing it up to like ADA accessibility and it would be occupied?
Yeah, I mean, that was the idea, but it was something that's been talked about, but it needs to be formalized now at this point, how it's going to be funded to move forward.
So would you like to see that in this year's CIP? And how would you like me to budget that?
Well, I think there was a cost estimate, $75,000.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole idea was to do the interior, exterior, and there's been meetings with us, and the cost figure is probably more around 200,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think that's just something council needs to decide, like if we're gonna do it this year, next year, but I think it needs to be on the list because it's something that, for us to nod and say, yeah, that's something we wanna do.
Just for clarification, would you like me to put in a $200,000 project for Carnegie Library as unfunded in fiscal year 27?
Well, as a placeholder, sure. Yeah.
Okay, put it in as 27, okay.
Yes, thank you. I would also like to see you put in as a placeholder, and then council can decide phase 2 of our streetlight project.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about everything north of Highway 4, but I think we need to continue that project as a public safety project. Yes.
You want to talk?
I'd like to clarify about that. It's not everything north of Highway 4. It's about 1,700 lights, but it goes from north of Highway 4, but the cutoff is at Cavallo right now. We didn't have enough funding to get all the way out to the east, but it's from basically the west side all the way to Cavallo, Highway 4 to the river.
How many lights do we have in the whole city? Do you know offhand?
Oh,
It's like 10,000 or
yeah, I was
something?
gonna say 9,700.
So 1,700 is, you know, not a huge part of it. So that's, I think I'd like to see that project showing up so that we can consider continuing to fund it, because I think it's something we want to pick away at.
We absolutely can, but we were going based on what we had in the budget to try to initiate and get going, but we can absolutely
I
extend
mean,
it.
once the contractor gets going, it'd be nice to keep that project moving. The Pruitt Water Park main slide, it's 364 in the budget, but I've heard numbers more like $1+ million. So that's something I think we also council needs to consider in the CIP, like what we want to do with that.
I think that would be a good idea. Whether or not it wants to be funded as a project, whether or not you want to fund some sort of study that can decide what we want to do with it or build it, that would probably be the best idea, if you want my opinion.
Okay. And then Slatton Ranch Road, somebody mentioned that why we didn't start over there by the BART station. You know, the funding came from all that residential that David on Homes built, that we have the $12 million that's set in the budget there. The project goes from the current extension up to Wild Horse, but it's unfunded. We only have 12 million. It's like a $35 million project. So I think we have a project in with ECRFA on that. Is that true?
So yeah, we have a project in with ECRFA to do Slatton Ranch. It's actually in two pieces. Our ECRFA projects are Sand Creek right now and Slatton Ranch Road. So there is a portion of that that would be considered unfunded. The way that at least it's presented, if you guys like that or not, would be to utilize that East Lone Tree specific plan money as well as the ECRFA money. And I believe, I would have to take a look, but then you're short $8–10 million.
So one of the ideas in the past was to phase it and do 2 lanes in the center median, you know, for now, and then when the developers come in, they could build the outside lane. So maybe we could look at ways to maximizing that to get it up to Wild Horse, wherever it can go.
I think that would be a great idea. First thing on my part is trying to get through the environmental, get the design done, because once we get the design done, then building it in phases becomes a lot easier, especially with the ECRFA funding, could make it easy to open up for 2 lanes.
Okay, I'm almost done, everybody, sorry. The bicycle garden, that's getting going?
Bicycle garden's getting going. We're working around environmental issues out there, and we're looking to do a geotechnical survey so that we can get going on like the structures and everything.
Okay, that's gonna be a good project. And then, yeah, the rest of the stuff, I'll just give you my notes, Scott. So thank you for your presentation tonight. It's been good information. Yes.
When we come back to these conversations, I would like to set some clear intentions about sharing all the information, because I don't like feeling like information isn't being shared clearly, and then we make a vote and then find out later, like with the mixed use development vote. Everybody who was up here thought it was gonna be commercial and housing. And then it turned out that that wasn't what it was. And now we kind of in this stuck state, believing what we thought we voted on versus what we actually got. Because there was a gap in communication. I still feel like the same thing happened with the 2nd Street building, where the communication sounded like it would still be the Department of Public Safety and Community Resource Building, but other people would be housed there for the purpose of needing extra space. It was never communicated that, clear. So I just hopefully when we come back to these conversations, if everything could just be frank and clear.
I'll take the comment as the city manager.
Yeah.
That has something to do with the Public Works Director, so I hear you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on the CIP? No. All right, thank you very much for that. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A motion from Councilmember Torres Walker.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Rocha. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, meeting's adjourned at 8:58.